Dr. Hakim Whistle. Okay. The guest is here. I'm so sorry, Edward. I had difficulty joining the room until I used your link, the link that you provided late. So I just managed to get in. Sorry about the delay. Hello? Hello? Yes, I'm hearing you, Doctor. I'm hearing you. Okay. I had good carrying the technical issues, so I couldn't join on the link. Like I had though, just I managed to get through. أنا سميت sorry about that. Is okay. أنا سميت كلامك. خلينا نرحب بكم كل المستمعين في منصة بتاع صوت الشعب. دكتور حكيم داريو مرحبا به في منصة، وكذلك انجينير رجب مهندس. وايضا خلينا نرحب بكل القيادات بتاع المعرض في غرفة على راسهم الشيرمان امباسادور ايمانويل وكل الرفاق الموجودين في غرفة. Welcome to the forum. Let me give 1 minute to Rajab, then to say hi, and then we will start the discussion, the room. I will start the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Engineer Edward, for the opportunity. It's good to join you and Dr. Hakim, and good to meet you on this platform, Dr. Hakim. My greetings to you and to the audience. I'm happy to be part of this and to, most importantly, hear from you. We have always discussed on the issues, the problems, and all that. But this topic looks special. It talks about alternative way forward, which to me is very important, and the direction we should be taking to find solutions to the multiple issues that we face, the problems that we face in the country. So happy to join you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer Rajab Mohandis. Before I start the room, I would like to welcome our guests to the Voice of the People Forum, Dr. Hakim Dario. And also, it's my pleasure to welcome the commentator, Engineer Rajab Mohandis, and also the viewers of the Voice of the People Forum to this important discussion tonight. Actually, tonight our guest is Dr. Hakim Dario. He's going actually to talk about the alternative way forward for South Sudan. زي ما أنا قلت قبل لكل الناس المستمعين في غرفة إنه منذ عام 2013 نحن دخلنا الحرب لخلاف بين النخب العسكرية والسياسية بتاعت الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان، والحرب استخدمت فيها أدوات قبلية وعدد التدمير. وبعد توقيع اتفاقية 2015 وقع عليه الرئيس الفكير بملاحظات، رجعت البلاد للحرب في عام 2016 ووقعت اتفاقية السلام المنشطة لعام 2018. منذ ذلك الحين لم يتم تطبيق الاتفاقية، وظلت المحاورات جارية، وهنالك معارضات رفضت توقع الاتفاقية الخرطوم للسلام في عام 2018. من ضمن القيادات ديل دكتور حكيم داريو non-signatories to the 2018 peace agreement. دكتور حكيم داريو عنده رؤية مختلفة جدا عن بعض القيادات. هو بيفتكر انه المفروض جنوب السودان يتقسم الى الدويليات. والليلة خلونا نستمع للبرزنتيشن بتاع دكتور حكيم and then we give comment to Rajab and also we allow the question from the audience. So Dr. highly welcome to Voice of People. The floor is yours. شكرا للترحيب. I hope my voice is clear. Yes. Okay. أول حاجة أنا عاوز أحيي منصة صوت الشعب
الفورم وحيي كل الحضور وفكوس الإخوة اللي معانا هنا في المنصة رجب وأستاذ إدوارد. حقيقة يعني I feel obligated to come to this sort of shop to for the opportunity of sharing with the rest of followers of sort of shop عشان تكون في تعريف للقضايا اللي احنا مثلا هو بنعمل advocation below, and it's also very important for us to obviously to be heard, to have a voice, to be heard by the people of South Sudan, regardless of maybe differences that we may have. لكن برضو الحوار مهم جدا لأنه الحوار هي الوسيلة الوحيدة اللي بيقدر شنو يقرب الوجهات النظر يعني بيدينا فرصة في أنه إحنا understand each other, نفهم الرؤى بتاعتنا المختلفة ده ونصل ل you know لتفاهم وقناعات. It's better that we understand each other and each other's perspective. لكن قبل ما أبدأ طبعا في ناس كتار بيتساءلوا يعني حكيم داريو دي منو؟ I think it's good to give نبذة لأنه في ناس طبعا إحنا ما تلاقينا معهم ولا يتعرفنا معهم قبل كده ودائما بنيجي نتلاقى هنا في السوشيال ميديا فبس بيسمعوا الاسم وما بيعرفوا دول ده منو ذاته. Okay, they don't know who this person is وكده. طبعا you know most of the people you know come from different parts of South Sudan and we have not had the opportunity to go to schools together or you know to get to know ourselves better and so on. So this is also an opportunity for me to introduce myself and also to just give a very quick overview of who Hakim Dario is. So I come from Eastern Equatoria. I come from the Didinga community in Eastern Equatoria. وبعدين أنا مشيت اتعلمت يعني في جامعة الخرطوم وإحنا كنا we were colleagues with Pagana Moon, with Dr. Luca Bion, and many other people from ABA وحتى برضو بعض الأعضاء الناس الحسي في مثلا في ال SPLM في مواقع بتاعت السلطة وإلى آخره. So I happen to be, I think Pagan was actually 1 year behind me, but we worked together with Pagan in Khartoum University. فهو كان راجل نشيط جدا يعني كان بيلعب كاراتيه وأنا كنت يعني صاحبته كتير وعملنا برنامج بتاعت السلك الشاي الوقت داك. فيلم عباس غبوش جاء عملنا نظامنا African Culture Day in the University of Khartoum, and we invited Father Philip Abbas Bush to come and address us and address the occasion in the University of Khartoum. وبعد ذاك طوالي في الإجازة أنا كنت سكرتير بتاعت ال ANF جامعة الخرطوم. During the holidays, Pagan, Udoso, Lokrunyan, and many other colleagues that I know left and didn't come back. قعدت لغاية ما اتخرجت. So that's just a little bit of context for my background in terms of you know my you know sort of acquaintances, my colleagues الحسي في الساحة يعني. If I know Pagan personally, he knows me very well. وفوق ده كله طبعا I also served after the CPA, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. I came to serve in South Sudan as the CEO, country CEO of Zen Mobile Company from 2011 to 2013. وأنا كنت I was the first to introduce the +211 code in South Sudan. As leader of Zen Mobile Company, I implemented the +211 code, and we made the first call, the first mobile call from South Sudan to Australia. At the time كان في واحد اسمه جورج جرانز the Under Secretary of Ministry of Information الوقت ذاك and he came and made the call. So we made history, and this was reported over different social media organizations, including the Voice of America and so on. So the other thing which I also wanted to highlight is that maybe some of you will be familiar with the media laws in South Sudan. قانون الحصول على المعلومات, the Right of Access to Information Legislation, Parliamentary Act 2013, وبعدين برضو South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation Act 2013, بالإضافة إلى قانون بتاع الميديا اللي هو Media Authority, Establishment of Media Authority in South Sudan. I happen to be the Executive Secretary of the Association for Media Development in South Sudan من 2003 when AMDIS was established, and our agenda was to pursue democratic transformation in Sudan. We knew that the agreement was going to be signed in 2005, and we engaged the SPLM leadership in Nairobi, Naivasha, to bring in the perspective of how we could help transform the media landscape in South Sudan with respect to dissemination of information about the comprehensive peace agreement, and also bringing in legislation which will replace the 2004 Press and Publications Act of الخرطوم الوقت ذاك. وده كان طبعا legislation which was introduced by the Congress Party in advance of the peace agreement being implemented, right? So they wanted to put in place restrictions on media so that because they knew that there was no media law in South Sudan, but it was us who brought it to the SPLM. We said, let's fill the vacuum, let's take the leadership, let's take the lead in this and show that we want to transform Sudan into a democratic country and a democratic society. And that's when I also came into contact with Pagana Moom and other leaders in SPLM. وعملنا أول conference 2006 في جوبا immediately after the formation of the government of Southern Sudan. There was another follow-up conference that we convened in Rumbek and so on and so forth. المهم أنا ما عايز أخش في التفاصيل بس عايز أقول إنه شنو I've been active in this space that civil society and also in terms of democratic transformation in South Sudan and trying to bring media legislation which is supportive of freedom of expression in South Sudan and the right to know, the public's right to know. These are things that I hold value very much, and I put a lot of effort to bring these three pieces of legislation together with our colleagues in media, in Media Association, Association for Media Development in South Sudan. We also established the Media Development Institute. Hassi Shagal operational. It has actually graduated more than 50 youth educated and trained in media and journalism. And it was supported by a number of international organizations like Article 19, International Media Support, Media Exchange, and other American media organizations. So that perhaps will serve as just a brief context for where I come from. And I also had the opportunity of presenting to the Parliament of South Sudan in 2009 and 2011 on media legislation. And that's, helped to enlighten parliamentarians to support democratic media legislation in South Sudan. لكن طبعا القضية في implementation of these media laws. So this is a brief context for many of you who may not know who I am and what I have done for our country. So I think on that note, if there is any specific question at this point, Edward, or if you want, I can then enter into the main topic.
دكتور يعني أنا بشكرك شكرا شديد يعني briefing ده about yourself, and it is very important to all of us actually to know who is Hakim Dario, who is Dr. Hakim Dario. But أنا ما أعرف أنت من نسيت، بس لو كان وريتنا درست شنو جامعة خرطوم، وبرضه يعني دكتوراه بتاعك شنو في طلبة في غرفة ده من كل أبناء جنوب السودان ممكن يتمنوا one day the same field, they will need help, but also they can reach out to you, if that is possible. Otherwise, you can proceed to the topic. If they don't want to make a comment regarding that. Thank you.
Yeah, بس أنا كنت افتكرت بشيل وقت كتير. I just want I will make it brief. Yeah, I went to Khartoum University. I studied engineering, electronics, and telecommunications in Khartoum University. And after that, بعد ما اتخرجت ومشيت درست في جامعة جوبا. درست في جامعة جوبا في الرياضيات. Because I loved mathematics, and I was always very good at maths. I was among the people who got the top marks in mathematics في جنوب السودان ككل في الدفعة بتاعتنا. So I just was not satisfied with engineering, so I decided to branch when I came to University of Juba فدرست الرياضيات ومن هناك أخذت scholarship to come and do my postgraduate studies في UK. So I came on, had a master's in mathematics, and then continued to do PhD, combined maths and computing, computer science. فاتخرجت في 1994. انتهيته في 1994. I had 1 year doing masters in 1991, وبعد ذاك 1991 and 1994, 3 years, I finished my PhD from Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh. I did not go back to South Sudan. I continued to work برا. فاشتغلت مع شركات in telecommunications industry وبرضه في financial services. حتى في right now I work for one of the largest banking institutions in the UK and in Europe, HSBC. Maybe some of you will probably know. They are a very large banking and financial services institution. This is in addition to working for the large telco organizations in the West here, like the Vodafone, T-Mobile, and so on. So that's just, basically the quick overview that I can give. I'll be open to, of course, give advice. I always love teaching. I used to be a teacher طبعا في جامعة جوبا وعندي طلبة كتار including أجوير كويل اللي هو مهندس رجب ده وكان في جامعة جوبا. أنا درسته هناك، درسته رياضيات وكده. كنت بدرس رياضيات بتاعت like science students and then arts, humanities وكده. وبعدين أنا طبعا أنا عندي زملاء كتار. They know me and I know them. And we remember our days when we were in Juba University. We organized the functions. كنا بنضع برامج public debates و discussions في جامعة جوبا. وكنا بننظمها عن طريق راديو جوبا. And there's a long story there. So I'm not new to public speech and participation in debates and so on. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور. وده ده كلام جميل، انه نحن كلنا نعرف الباك جراوند بتاعك. وانا كده عرفت انه انت واحد من الناس، لو ناس نظموا الجهود بتاعهم ده زول ممكن يساعد في دعم الثورة في جنوب السودان وتغيير. فمرحبا. Let's go into the topic. Actually, the alternative way forward for South Sudan in perspective of Dr. Hakim Dario. مرحبا Dr. I think we can agree of 20 minutes for the presentation, or 30 minutes. You want 30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes will be enough. More than enough.
That is fine. Yes, you can take 30 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. مرة أخرى. I think I'll combine English and Arabic as and when I see it appropriate. But essentially, my coming into public life and maybe my beliefs have been influenced by the work that I just introduced. Like I work in the media sector, working to bring democratic transformation in South Sudan. But then we were faced with authoritarian leaders in the SPLM who did not listen, who did not want to give chance to what we've been propagating for, and the issue of that rights, the economic, social, cultural, and political rights of our people. The fact that we waited for over 5 decades before we became free as an independent country, and we wanted to enjoy our rights, enjoyment of all of our rights, including economic, social, cultural, and political rights. So the first issue that I may want to focus on is that when we formed PDM, People's Democratic Movement, we were motivated by the fact that حصل failure في تطبيق that R-ARCSS, Agreement for Resolution of Conflict in South Sudan in 2005. And of course, given the backdrop of the genocide committed against the Nuer people in Juba, myself and a number of other colleagues felt that there was now need for us to act. This is no longer a matter that we can stand by and watch. We have got to do something. South Sudan is looking to become a failed state. There's no trust in the SPLM anymore. And we've seen that even after reaching an agreement with Riek Machar, Salva Kiir was not ready to implement the agreement. And following that, there was also the outbreak of conflict in 2016 in Juba, July 2016. So in October, we founded PDM, People's Democratic Movement. And we felt that also, since the independence of South Sudan, and there's been mounting corruption in the country, and we felt that this is not really serving the vital interests of our people. And it looks like the state is being hijacked. So we thought that it was necessary for us to reach out to our constituency and begin to act in the interest of change. And so the initial focus for us was that South Sudan did not have a binding social fabric that can forge us into a nation, because we are not, the political institutions that we have, the leaders that we have, are not really bringing the unity of our people together. On the contrary, what we see is that there's impunity, and even the fact that a genocide was being committed in Juba is a red signal to all of us that this is not acceptable. So we say the primary position that should have been for us as a country to focus on was constitution making, and to bring the different social groups that we have in South Sudan, given our background, given our history, we needed to come together and try to forge a state. لأنه اللي حصل طبعا بعد 2011 after the referendum إنما مشينا لشنو؟ ما مشينا ل constitution making after that. وبالتالي the government of the SPLM that was in power, that has been in power since, is not a government that is consented to by our people. The 2010 elections were not, legitimate basis for the SPLM to continue to rule. And we felt that Salva Kiir did not have legitimacy, leave alone taking political decisions to commit genocide in Juba. So it was for us coming to a crossroads that we can no longer treat this as business as usual. So we said, we know the level of tribalism, the level of tribalism that is being practiced by Salva Kiir's regime. the corruption that continues to fester, and also the lack of political space. Journalists have been killed, people are not allowed to speak, and that, in my experience, having grown up in Equatoria, we don't have authoritarian culture. People speak free, but now this SPLM tribalist organization is bringing a new culture and is forcing us and forcing our hands to behave contrary to who we are. So we thought that I think the better model for us to take forward is to begin to bring and put forward the agenda of self-determination for the people of Equatoria, so that we make it very clear a statement that first and foremost, a state can only be constituted on the basis of the will of the people, and that a government can only be instituted by consent of the people. The current regime does not have the consent of the people. We have not had any elections since 2011, and after becoming independent, and yet political decisions are being made in the name of agreements and even without agreements. So this is not a state that our people consented to, and therefore we are not obligated, we are not duty bound to go by this regime, to pay loyalty to this regime, and until our people have a say. If the rest of the people of South Sudan want this regime to continue, then we, the people of Equatoria, would want to have our say. يعني إحنا عاوزين نكون عندنا كلمتنا في الكلام ده كله، لأنه إحنا جنوب السودان ده جاء من 3 regions, 3 provinces of Equatoria upon البحر الأحمر. And it was very important for us to assert our rights، لأنه هسي حصل قضية بتاعت أنه في ما في preservation for the people of Equatoria rights. يعني حصل مثلا زي في 2016 the largest exodus of refugees كان حصل في الاستوائية، وحتى كان يعني دول وفي منشورات طلعت وفي كتب اتكتبت والى اخره. I don't want to go into the details of all of that, but because of the time, Equatoria was being dispossessed, and not only that, the agreement that has been signed concentrates power in the hands of Salva Kiir and Riek Machar. It doesn't care, it cares less about the composition بتاعت South Sudan. احنا كنا وضع بتاعتنا في اتفاقية في أديس أبابا، وكنت مشينا في أديس أبابا، قلنا إذا كان في أي برنامج بتاع تقاسم السلطة في جنوب السودان يكون على أساس بتاع 3 regions، because تقاسم السلطة يكون between the people, not between the elites. Because what we have is that there are a number of political organizations that share power among themselves, regardless of whether they had a mandate from the people or not. لكن بس by the stroke of a pen of being signatories to the revitalized agreement for resolution of conflict in South Sudan, they are there exercising political power on our behalf. And they have even failed to implement the agreement that they signed. فإحنا كنا في موقف ده أنه إحنا بتاتا we don't accept this principle of power sharing between the elites. And that was the reason why we did not sign the agreement, the revitalized agreement for resolution of conflict in South Sudan. Because it was missing the point. It was not putting the people first. But the people come first, the country comes first, not the political parties that have not even proven their يعني credibility بتاعتها عن طريق بتاع التصويت أو يعني مثلا تفويض من الشعب. هم ما عندهم أي تفويض من الشعب. عشان كده موقف بتاعتنا كنا واضحين، قلنا يا أخي إحنا ما عاوزين نكون جزء بتاعت الاتفاقية ده، إحنا عاوزين اتفاقية بتتبنى مبادئ بتاعت sovereignty of the people, that we defer to the people first. Our people are in Equatoria, in Upper Nile, in Bahr el-Ghazal. These elites could have helped if they allowed a process in which we put the decision making in the hands of the people, put power back in the hands of the people, because it was these same people who voted in the referendum in 2011 to bring South Sudan into existence as a state. إذن إحنا المفروض شنو نرجع المرجعيه بتاعتنا تكون الشعب، مش المرجعيه بتاعتنا تكون انه الناس بيتقاتلوا فيه مع بعضهم والقيادات والى اخره. So that is our position. And we say the only way we can do this is because sovereignty inheres in the people. Sovereignty is a foundation upon which power, authority, is derived by political institutions and so on. And we are still at the very early phase of instituting a state. وحسيتوا طبعا شايفين انه الانستتيوشن بتاعتنا بتاعت الاستيت ما تم تاسيسه بطريقه ولا هي بتأدي دور واداء بتاعتها non existent. حسيت شفتوا الكوربشن الحاصل في البلد. The other day I was looking at Nile قال ادى $400,000 to LAM both. I don't know whether that was meant to be for all the political organizations or it was just for SPLM. ولا هل LAM both or the SPLM is an investor في Nile and that they were getting dividends of the أسهم اللي بكون عندهم مثلا في شركة, the shares that they may have. But of course this is not the case. Anyway, the reality is that انه احنا عندنا corruption طبعا في البلد واحنا ما عندنا اي سلطة سياسية which is mandated by the people. So our principle is that our approach and strategy is that انه احنا نكون عندنا مرجعية بتاعت الشعب. We have to go back to the people. We say our people are in Equatoria Upper Nile Bahraza. So the idea here is that we can take a model of shared sovereignty. أنا قدمت ورقة بهذا العناية يعني بهذا العنوان للجامعة بتاعت Manchester back in 2021. I shared the link earlier on with Edward. People can go and listen to that. But the key focus of this is that we take a people-centered approach. We make the assumption that sovereignty is vested in the people. Sovereignty is in the people, in Equatoria and Upper Nile Bahraza. And that we should have a new shared sovereignty model, a new union, a union of states or a union of different social groups to forge a state. Even a transitional period could be based on the idea of forging a union state. أقرب مثال له أخذ مثلا European Union. Of course we are not separate states. إحنا عندنا مجموعات ثقافية. يعني عندك مثلا شلو، عندك Equatorians، وعندك وسن بحر الغزال، وعندك جين، وعندك مورلي، وعندك نوير. So our approach is that we recognize all of these different social groups as sovereign social groups that existed even in time immemorial. They existed as sovereign people in their own ancestral homes. They did not rule other different social groups. They existed in their ancestral homelands. أخذ مثلا زي the kingdom بتاعت شلو، أخذ النوير وإلى آخره. So we recognize that all of these different social groups are sovereign social entities, and that their consent is required for us to have and forge a system of how we can live together so that we can manage this diversity. And that means all of these different social groups have to participate in decision making. When we talk about al-aqd al-ijtimai, when we talk about the social contract, we refer to these different social groups. These are the parties to this idea of a social contract. And the social contract will be about how we can coexist with each other, how we live together, and how we can manage our diversity. And that all of these different social groups have inalienable rights, including the right to self-determination, the right to life, the right to govern themselves, the right to democracy, But who is stopping in the way of all of these different social groups freely associating and acting in their collective social interest of creating a state and instituting a public authority like government to which they consent by way of constitution making? Is then we should go back not to political parties that do not have a mandate. We should go back to the people, because the state is about the people. It's not about these political parties. political parties have a function to perform, ultimately. But at the center of all of these are the people. The economic, social, cultural, and political rights, the right to self-determination. So the people's rights, human, economic, social, and cultural rights, and the rights that belong to all these different social groups, including rights that are enshrined in the customary laws. Okay? الحكايه دي لازم يكون فيه شنو؟ في حوار جامع بيجمع كل الكيانات السياسيه، الكيانات الاجتماعيه ده عشان نقدر نضع اساس لشنو؟ لنظام سياسي. نظام سياسي بيعترف بوجود بتاعت كل الكيانات دي والمشاركه بتاعت كل الكيانات دي. That way would be fair. There would be no one who is a majority over another, and there is no one who would be a minority to another. That is the principle. And principle احنا بنتخذها هي principle of the rights, the people's rights. حتى even African Charter on People's and Human Rights recognizes the right, the people's right, including the right to self-determination, and of course plus all economic, social, cultural, and political rights. And the state is there to enable and implement institutions that will carry a mandate to fulfill these expectations about people enjoying their rights. The rights to freedom of expression, the right to associate, the right to form political parties. ده من حقنا. يعني ما أقول إحنا نكون عندنا state and then our rights are, we are dispossessed of our rights by a certain hegemonic political entity زي ال SPLM. كويس؟ ما من حقه وما من حقه أن يقتل الناس ذاته. عشان كده سلفاكير لازم يحاكم. الشعب يحاكم سلفاكير عشان يكون عبرة إذا كان جنوب السودان ده عاوز يجيب كدولة ورا. But if Salva Kiir is let off, then know that this country is going to disintegrate. Justice has to be done. ما في لعبة فوق، ما في لفة دوران وكده لا. So we believe that the people of Equatoria are a nation. We believe that the people of Equatoria have inalienable rights to preserve their existence. And if we now live in a failed state, then the people of Equatoria have every right to preserve themselves and their existence in a construct of a state. Because the state is the construct that is used to preserve existence of different social groups, even different communities that consent to live together and have a system of governance for themselves. Humanity has passed from the stage of living in a state of nature to a civil state. And that in the state of nature, there is no agreement about rights, justice, وما إلى ذلك. زي الحاصل عصب مع بين الحيوانات. الأسد ممكن يهاجم to eat because they want to preserve themselves. Like in civil society or in a civil state, we agree to a framework that provides justice to all of us. But the fundamental issue here is this, that a nation can be formed and forged out of the will to live together and to share destiny, that you have a shared destiny, that you have a strong social fabric that binds all of you together. Like in General Sudan, we don't have a government that is consented to by the people. And yet we see a lot of atrocities that are committed against our people. Particularly for us in Equatoria, for example, we see that our people were massacred in Ngangala, they were massacred in Kajikeji, in Lokeliri, and there is no accountability. Just like what happened to the Nuer. There's no accountability. And we still continue to have Salva Kiir in power. So it falls far below the standard of forging and leading a state. It doesn't have it. It doesn't have what it takes. Corruption festers. The state is hijacked. الدولة العميقة هي المسيطرة على المستقبل بتاعت الجنوب. So we think that the best way forward is to go for the model of a union state, a shared sovereignty union state. And an example of this is like the European Union. you have in European Union, you have different states that are sovereign, but by consent they come and forge and form the European Assembly, and they look for mutual benefits. They want to create a better society for all of Europe, right? Freedom of movement, freedom of employment, benefits that accrue to the whole of the union in terms of trade and science and حاجات كده إلى آخره. Okay, so but people still retain their decision-making powers as political entities, and they can enter into this union by mutual consent. In our case, we would be able to say, for example, the Jeng are a sovereign nation, the Nuer are a sovereign nation, the Cholo are a sovereign nation, the Equatorians are a sovereign nation, the people of Western Bahr el Ghazal are a sovereign nation, the Murle are a sovereign nation, the Anuak and the Aban, and no one is small. And then we enter into a union to coexist and live together in peace with each other. And we agree how and what system of government we can adopt for our people, for our country. And then we also ensure that every social group has a right to self-determination, so that there is no imposition. If the Jeng want to form their own state, they are free. They can form their own state. If the Cholo wants to form their own state, they can form their own state. But this may not be, in reality, it may not be feasible, but at least the principle should be accepted so that nobody should encroach upon the rights of another. No one should take the country for granted without the consent of other parts of the country. Just yadi. So we want to have a system, a transitional union state, in which we can enter by mutual consent, but we retain the power, the authority to govern ourselves. And then we come into this union with equal, rights. عشان بعد ذاك, if we experiment with this during a transitional period, مثلا بتاعت والخمسة سنة, after the transitional period, then these different social groups can participate in passing a constitution through a referendum, whether they want to continue this union and improve it, or they want to opt out of this union. كده. إذن مثلا زي في الاستوائية، إحنا مثلا في الاستوائية كان الشعب بتاعتنا في الاستوائية قرر إنه يا أخ this model of the union بتاع جنوب السودان ده ما عنده sustainability, the future بتاعته is in doubt and so on, then they have every right to opt out of it. And this is in the interest of peace. وهو إحنا ما عاوزين نكون في اليونيون اللي إحنا بنتقاتل فيه, and we superimpose our ethnic, dominance, or ليه؟ ما إحنا جنوب السودان ده قبل ما يجي لوجود ذاته إحنا كنا عايشين ك different social groups. وكنا عندنا في ديلينجا مثلا, I have my territory, I am a neighbor to another social group, and so on. ما كان في imposition or occupation by one social group or the other. ما احنا عاوزين نكون سوا عشان يكتلونا ويشيلوا المصاب صادروا حقوق بتاعتنا؟ طبعا لا. عشان كده احنا بنؤمن انه المرجعيه بتاعت الشعب هو المبدأ الاساسي. We form a state gradually. We enter into a transitional period on the understanding of granting the rights to all of these different social groups, and we get representatives from all of these different social groups. Najib Shuluk, Najib Jenge, Najib Nuer, Najib people of Western Bahr el Ghazal, Najib Equatorians, and so on and so on. We come and sit down and we discuss how we can coexist with each other. And then we agree on a constitution, a transitional constitution. لكن طبعا عن طريق مثلا الفترة الانتقالية ده بيكون فترة بتاعت تحضير مثلا الكونستيتيوشن اللي هيكون بيرمننت. Just like many of you have been discussing in the social media now, they say we could have a technocratic government, for example, or we could have a transitional government that will be mandated to prepare the country, to prepare the constitution for the country. And then that constitution will be subjected to referendum, for example, so that people can, vote whether they accept this constitution or not. لكن طريقة بتاعت الكونستيتيوشن ذاته، الوضع بتاعت الكونستيتيوشن يكون So, but anyway, let me summarize this because I think I'm more or less about to get to about 20 minutes now. So the key principle is that we want to form a transitional shared sovereignty union. Transitional shared sovereignty union ده بيدي حق لكل المجموعات المكونة بتاع جنوب السودان الاجتماعية تشارك في عملية بتاع شنو وضع بتاع العقد الاجتماعي ووضع بتاع الحكومة بتشملهم كله to preserve their interests. وبالتالي وجود بتاعتهم والريبرزنتيشن بتاعتهم بيكون مهم جدا. يعني مثلا يكون في ريبرزنتيشن في الاستوائية من الاستوائية من جريتا بيبور من شولو من انيواك من اي واحد لازم يكون represented. And then we can now transact on the issue of how we go about constitution. يعني حتى الحكومة مثلا الحكومة الانتقالية بيكون عندها representatives from all of these different social groups. وبعد ذاك الناس تضع constitution. How are we going to participate in the constitution process? And we ensure that there is the right of self-determination for each of these different social groups, so that we give the freedom of association, the exercise of the right to freedom of association, to associate, to become a member of this union on the basis of a new constitution, a permanent constitution. And if that is not acceptable by the people, they are free to join, to form their own state. Without consent, there will be wars going on in South Sudan, and we will not reach the consensus of creating a state that takes all of us and provides and preserves the rights of all of these different social groups. لأنه هسي أخذ مثلا زي الأسنوير, they have been victimized, a genocide being committed against them. Equatorians, they have also been victimized. A genocide is being committed against them. They are being dispossessed of their lands. People of Western Bahar al-Ghazal عايشين تحت ضغط. They are not free. They are being killed, with impunity and so on. This is not a country that we can, give our loyalty to. It's not a state that we can give our loyalty to, because it doesn't know what law is. ما بيعرف القانون وما بيعرف القوانين المبادئ بتاعت مثلا الحقوق بتاعت المجموعات دي كله, ولا it doesn't care about the human rights. كان مجموعة العاوزة تحتفظ بالحكومة ده مثلا, يعني هي بتؤمن ان ده حاجة صح بالنسبة لهم, we cannot enter into an agreement with them. يعني ما زيتهم عيني كده انت تمشي تضع agreement مع الجماعة دي على اي اساس؟ ناس ما عندهم mandate. They don't have consent of the people. Why do you go and make an agreement with them? They have failed to implement any agreement at all, to gain credibility, to gain, legitimacy. Did they actually really try to gain some legitimacy? ما هو يشوف الناس سلفاكير عنده جيش قبلي وعنده يهو يتصرف في الأموال بتاعت الدولة عشان ريكروت جيش قبلي, والجيش القبلي ده ما الجيش بتاع جنوب السودان. Why are we accepting it? We shouldn't accept that. This is not a principle that we accept. It is coming by way of imposition, by way of dictatorship, but it is not legitimate. We should not accept it, whether it is called SPLA or Matianganyor or SSPDF. as long as it is a tribal army and is constituted as such, we should not accept it. This is not a foundation for us to forge a state. The state comes from the people, not from the army. They cannot determine, a tribal army cannot determine the nature of the state that we want to live in. It's the people, you and me, will determine the nature of that state. وبالتالي احنا بنرفض بتاتا انه شنو حتى نخش في اتفاقيه بتاعت الا اذا اتفاقيه بتاعت حانوف to the people. Salva Kiir should never be allowed to get away with what he has done and what he has committed, the crimes that he committed. يعني حسي رجعنا عشرات السنين لورا. جنوب السودان كان حسي يتطور. احنا some of us are working in some of the top organizations in the world, right? Because of our knowledge, our expertise, and so on, right? أي جنوبي عنده حق في أنه شنو يتعلم يكتسب قدرات and to operate freely with full human potential بتاعته, can serve anywhere, can do anything at any level, not to be subjected to واحد ما بيعرف يدير الدولة ذاته شنو. يعني it is retarding us. It is killing our opportunities. The opportunities بتاع ديال بتاعتنا يمشوا يعيشوا تحت نظام بتاع بن يقول بن ديته ما أدراك والعالم ماشي وإحنا نعيش في corruption. ما ممكن. We can't accept this. So المهم إحنا عاوزين نقول شنو في النهاية بتاعت الأمر. My approach is that we should have a union state زي ما أنا قلت. A union state that will be composed by consent of the various different social groups that will become party to the social contract of how we want to exist with each other. And this also ensures that each of these social groups have got the right to self-determination. If the Jeng wants to form their own state, so be it. Let them go and form their own tribal state, that Jeng, where they can carry on with corruption, do whatever, kill people with impunity, ما يكون في نظام وكده. The ways you can go back in history, right? But we want people to be consenting to forging a government that represent their wishes, their aspirations. Without doing that, there is no such thing called South Sudan. عشان كده احنا بنقول انه احنا في استوائية بالذات. This is my constituency. This is where I'm coming from. الاستوائية تكون عندها صوت كلمة الشعب الاستوائي لازم يكون مسموع ويقول كلمته by freely without intimidation. Likewise, the Jeng should have their say. The Cholo should have their say. The Nuer should have their say, so that we sit down and say, okay, now we're talking as brothers and sisters. We really mean to coexist with each other. And these are the principles upon which we can coexist with each other. So I think in summary, the state needs to be...
I think the guy behind that, Victor, you can conclude. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So in summary, consent is very important. A government needs to be formed on the basis of consent. And that consent can be expressed by way of a constitution, which is made by the people and for the people. A consent would also be expressed in terms of a mandate that you give to a government so that you can now give loyalty to this government. فده كل البسيط اللي أنا ممكن أقدر أقدمه. وفي تفاصيل طبعا if not really address all of the issues, it will always give opportunity for people to ask questions. So if there are other opportunities, we can always expand on some of the themes. وأنا بكتفي بهذا القدر وبشكرك أخ إدوارد وكل المستمعين. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hakim. South Sudanese, actually, they have listened to your presentation. And actually, they are in the position now to ask you a question. They are shutting down in the room. They know why you want to why you want the independence of Equatoria. Before I actually open the floor for the question, I have Engineer Rajab here as a commentator. He have listened to you, and also we have to give him 10 minutes to make a comment, and then I have kind of 2 questions to ask you after you comment on the Rajab commentary. So, Engineer Rajab, take the floor. Is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Engineer Edward and Dr. Hakim, for this elaborate presentation on the alternative way forward presented as a vision of the Equatoria Peoples Alliance for South Sudan, and specifically focusing on the social groups that constitute the South Sudanese state. Now, I will comment very briefly, but on specific areas. The first is the problem definition. You have mentioned a number of things that constitute the problem that led to the formation of the Equatoria Peoples Alliance to lead an intervention in response to this crisis. And these problems include the failure of the government of South Sudan to enable citizens to enjoy their economic, social, and political rights, the mounting corruption, and the government not really serving the interest of the people. The state is hijacked. South Sudan has no institutions that hold the social fabric of the social groups together. Genocide in Juba as something unacceptable. And so, in the list of all this, of course, this is not exhaustive. You went into a lot of details on all of this. I may not need to repeat them because the audience already picked that. You then said, which is something that citizens would normally do, informed citizens would do, is to say we are no longer obliged to an authority that does not advance our interests or that works against the interests of the country and the people. And so based on that, you went on to begin to act in the interest of change and establishing EPA, especially after the failure of the R-ARCSS, and this was by October 2016. Now, my first comment is that I fully agree with your observations on the problem statement, on the situation in the country, and the need for citizens to act in the interest of change, and accepting that this situation is totally unbearable and also unacceptable. And taking an initiative defines the role of active citizens to be able to intervene in situations where their rights are undermined or compromised or abused. So that's I see as important. You hold responsible the SPLM and ruling elites for this situation in the country, and the actors, the people you see as being subjected to this unbearable situation are the social groups in the 3 regions. Now, these are important observations that then formed your vision or interest. And this interest, which is very important in most of your discussion or presentation, is the formation of a shared sovereignty, adopting the model of a shared sovereignty in a transitional union state entered into by mutual consent, and holding a referendum at the end of the transition to either continue in the union or opting out of the union state for each of the states. Now, where, of course, each one would have a vision for the situation in South Sudan, how we get out of this crisis. And this is one of the visions. And there is no way you will be condemned for actually having a vision. It is important, and it is the collective, these different visions when put together that provide alternatives for the way out of this crisis. Now, you pointed out, you pointed out in terms of approach, a transitional union constitution, development of a transitional union constitution. And if my understanding of your explanation was right, the transitional union constitution establishes the union, the transitional union state, and guarantees the enjoyment of rights of all the social groups, and including the right to self-determination. And of course, you emphasized this. Now, where I have maybe comments or questions, or perhaps fail to see clearly in your presentation in that regard, is the issue of the approach to get to that point of proclaiming the Constitution, and also the establishing the transitional union state. This did not come out quite clearly at that point from where we are right now, where we have the SPLM and other ruling elites in power, holding political power, and then moving from this point of this current South Sudanese system or state to the union state. That transition doesn't seem to be clear, and makes it even more complicated in terms of developing the constitution and proclaiming the transitional union state. So perhaps you might need to provide a little more clarity on how this happens. It can happen in many ways, definitely. Either the current authorities would listen to the voices and decide to voluntarily step aside to pave way for this arrangement to take place, for a constitution to be developed, the transitional union constitution, and then proclamation of the transitional union state that is made up of the 3 regions of the country, at least in my understanding of the explanations. Or a certain pressure would be exerted on the current system, political system, to dismantle that political system and pave way for the new transitional union state to be established. So you might need to perhaps get back to this to give a little bit of clarity on how that transition happens. Now, there are a few other things that you pointed out that I thought it would be good to comment on. And one is what you mentioned as an agreement, that if there can be no agreement, an agreement with the government in Juba doesn't seem to be acceptable, at least in the way you expressed, including these negotiations like the Tumaini initiative, because the government is illegitimate. And so you do not have to engage in a formal negotiation to reach an agreement with this government. Now, this then brings me to the question, the similar question that you might need to provide a little more explanation to. How do you get to hold, which you talked about as well, hold elections for people's representatives who will speak on their behalf? How do you get to that point? Since negotiation is ruled out, so you could provide explanation on that. And then you talked about the tribal army cannot determine the nature of the state. The issue doesn't seem to be really in terms of people accepting that they do so. But as you mentioned in your first statement, the state is actually hijacked. The state is hijacked. And most of the decisions being taken are taken against the will of the people. And it is not that people consent to the army taking decisions or deciding the destiny of the country. It is that the state appears to have been hijacked from the sovereignty that is vested in the people, and it operates largely outside the parameters of the established laws. And so in that case, that doesn't seem like it is a consent of the people that this happens. It is against the will of the people, which means something has to be done in order to create an environment where this changes. And of course, there was also no clarity in terms of your explanations on how this would be done in terms of the army deciding the destiny of the country. How could this army be disarmed in a way that creates an arrangement that they do not, or disarmed in terms of decision making, or in terms of even the force they use from making decisions that determine the destiny of the country. Now, the other thing you did mention that I thought would be good to hear about is that Kir cannot be allowed to get away with the crimes he has committed. That sounds objective. And again, the issue comes to now the process or the approach to get to that point. Because the way it appears now, all the alternatives for accountability have been suppressed. They are not effectively being promoted or implemented to hold to account all those who are responsible for the crimes. So I guess the question really here is the issue, the matter of the approach that did not come out clearly in the presentation. And finally, maybe you did mention that there is no such thing called South Sudan. I think this is where we may have a little bit of a difference in terms of understanding South Sudan as a state. If there is no such thing as South Sudan, in my view, it also means there is no such thing as the territories that constitute South Sudan. That means there is no such thing as Bahr el-Ghazal. There is no such thing as Upper Nile. There is no such thing as Equatoria. And so, with that, it then means that anyone, perhaps from the neighboring countries, can do anything on the sovereign territory of South Sudan that we consider as territories of South Sudan, which is governed under international law. That the territories are not open to violations and all of that. You know, the protection that you enjoy as a state under international law, you relinquish it and open up the space, both the land and air space of South Sudan, for anyone to do whatever they can do with it, because it is no longer a state and no longer governed by all the rules that constrain other states from interfering on the soil of South Sudan. So that's one aspect. The second aspect, then, in that regard, like there is no such thing as South Sudan, means that the population is dismissed in that case, because under international law, a state like South Sudan is defined by territory, defined territory, and also population. So if you say there is no such thing as South Sudan, are we saying that then we dismiss the population and also dismiss their territory that constitutes the land of South Sudan? Or what are we saying? Do we then still claim any rights over the country? Because it is what you can use to make claims that you want. In other words, if you want to restructure the state, if you want to do much to change the authorities, you do that within the rights that you have as a citizen of South Sudan. So I have difficulty with this notion that there is no such thing as South Sudan. So maybe you could provide more clarity on this aspect as well. Otherwise, in terms of your problem definition, I fully agree with that. And I also, of course, take positive the vision you provided of a model transitional sovereign state entered into by mutual consent, and that the state would hold a referendum at the end of the transition, either to continue together or the constituent units of the state would opt out of the union. So that I do not challenge it because it is an idea you have
Dr. Hakim, your
proposed.
mic is open. Can you open your mic, please? Can you close it? Thank you. Well, continue, Rachel.
Yes, so that to me, I take it as an idea that is subject to consideration by South Sudanese as such. So I would leave it at this point to hear from you, especially on the matters of the approach and also some of these areas where clarity may be needed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rajab. Thank you. Dr. Hakim, the floor is yours to answer the question and also to the audience. Hey.
Thank you. Thank you,
Rajab. Yet must go for a question, but Dr. Hakim going to answer the question of Rajab. Thank you, Dr.
I think obviously you have made a lot of comments, raised a lot of questions, which some of which is a little bit lacks maybe understanding of the point that I made. Just let me start with the last question that I posed about South Sudan's non-existence status, legally speaking. I think to simplify this, I think there's no one who, for example, claims that South Sudan was not constituted as a state.
Hakim, unmute your mic.
Sorry, I thought I was sorry. I was speaking to myself. Sorry, but
no, he was not. Actually, Rajab, his mic was open, but I did not want to disturb you. That's why I just mute his mic. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So, did you hear me then? Did you hear what I was saying?
Yes, we hear what you are saying. Yes. Continue just cool. From where you stopped. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So, South Sudan was constituted as a state. And this is, of course, as ratification of the will of the people of South Sudan to forge a state through the right to self-determination. Now, so legally speaking, and in terms of international law, South Sudan is recognized as a state. And the question at issue here is that the state has failed. This state doesn't have a government that is consented to, and that it doesn't have the institutions that serve the interest of the people who constituted this state. And I also say that the nation, the idea of a nation in South Sudan, has not materialized because the country is hijacked, and also we have not shown or proven that we have a stronger social fabric that would have informed us as a nation and also inform the product in terms of the leadership or the system that emerges out of this nation that has got a common social fabric. We lack that. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the legalistic framework. I'm talking about the nation, the existence of such a thing as a nation in South Sudan. If there was a nation, we would not be committing genocide and atrocities against other sections of your own community, like the Nuers, like the Equatorians. You will not commit, the state cannot commit atrocities and genocide against its own citizens. It means that there's no strong and binding social fabric in the sense of having a common nation, one nation, that we all feel that we are one nation. That does not exist. That's what I meant. Because I've talked about the tribal army, for example, the tribal state, the deep state. The example of public coffers being looted by members of a particular ethnic group. And I was talking about how, there's something circulating in the media about $400,000 being given to Lamboth. And you don't know whether this is given because he has shares in Nilepet, or whether it's given to SPLM, whether this money is earmarked for SPLM. And if it's earmarked for SPLM, is it also earmarked for SPLM IO or for, SAWA members, or do they have special privileges, these people who get this money? And it was like in the order of $400,000 US. Another, Mary Ayan was given about $200,000 US. So it's very unknown as to whether these people have shares in Nilepet, that it's time for dividends payout. And why is it that only special categories of people who hail from one particular tribe are being dished out with thousands and thousands of US dollars, and there's no accountability? We don't know the reason, right? Because even Nilepet itself does not operate as a public company, as we understand it. حتى يكون في مثلا regulation. And in South Sudan, there's a law of organizing the activities of public companies. And so anyway, it's a diversion. But I just wanted to say that there is a state of a particular ethnic community which benefits from it. There's also an army that goes with it. And there was recruitment of the army on tribal basis. And this was all funded through the presidential, powers and so on. So what I'm saying is that if there was one nation in South Sudan, all of this would not happen. It negates the idea of a nation because there's a tribal state. Or maybe if we want to know if the Jain elites who are in power think that this state is theirs, and therefore they have certain rights, like being able to get money in millions of dollars. They have rights that are more than the rights of other citizens in this state. I haven't seen them dishing out, for example, $400,000 US to somebody from Equatoria or from Cholo or any other citizen in South Sudan. I haven't seen that. So what is the criteria? What's the measure? What's the criteria of dishing money out to these people? Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on that. I'm just simply trying to say that there's no such thing as a nation in South Sudan, because it would have informed the practices, it would have informed the system of governance, it would have informed the leadership to do what's right, that serves the interest of the nation. But this obviously doesn't serve the interest of the nation. That's what I really meant, not the legalistic framework. I would rather want to continue to say that we should maintain the borders of 1956, 1 January 1956, intact, so that even if any state or any social group wants to opt out, they would opt out within their borders that are recognized. So why would I want to not to maintain the borders? Maybe one of the ideas is that we have this union, we agree to it, then it obligates us to maintain our borders, to protect our borders collectively. Because if we protect these borders collectively, then we're actually protecting it also for the different social groups that exist in South Sudan. Protecting the borders does not necessarily mean that you're going to be encroaching upon the rights of your own neighbors inside the country. We're just preserving it as it is so that, everybody knows where they live, what are their borders, and so on. Because we want to make sure that preservation of all of these different social groups and their borders is paramount and profound. So that's what I meant. So maybe there's a technical kind of issue here. But of course, you want to make the argument that we need to have a state with clear boundaries, which transacts according to the international law, and so on. But the existence of borders, I think, is recognized by all of us. What is not recognized is the state that is running this country. It's the government that is running this country. So, and the fate of this country has to be determined by those people who live in this country, right? And those who needed to have a public authority, such thing as a government that is consented to in the first place. And if you look at these different social groups, actually in their own autonomous existence, they actually have a system. They don't abuse human rights of their own citizens. The Cholo would not abuse the rights of Cholo citizens. The Jeng would not abuse the rights of Jeng citizens in their autonomous existence. They have customary laws, they have all that goes with, autonomous existence of all of these different social and cultural groups. So in that sense, we just want to preserve those, autonomous entities, and the fact that there's something now called a state that has come into existence should not be the reason for the negation and violation of the rights and breaching of inalienable rights that belong to these different social groups. It should complement that. Let these different social groups come together in harmony by consent. I'm sure if you take a people-based approach, there's a lot more that goes for it because there is consensus. The decision of the people is much more authoritative and legitimate than the decision of Salva Kiir, for example, who of course would assume this authority on the claim that is preserving the territorial integrity of South Sudan, the well-being of South Sudan, and so on. But actually, in reality, it's not true. So that's what I meant. You talked about approach. Yes, I talked about the overall framework. Of course, I did not want to talk about approach because I only have 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Usually, what you would normally do in transformation, I've tried to describe the existence and emergence of a failed state in the country. And then I have also tried to paint the picture of the sort of future state that we want to move to, right? And then, but the question, how do you move then from the current failed state to the North Star? Your North Star being the end point where you want to get to, right? There could be, multiple things that you need to do in between in order for you to move from where you are to where the end point is, right? So, but in terms of approach, I think yesterday also I had a discussion in this forum, and we talked about a scenario where Salva Kiir is removed from power because it's a major obstacle and constraint on change. So if you were to remove Kiir from power and you leave it in the hands of the people with a shared understanding of, that we want to have a shared destiny or want to go, live independently and autonomously from each other, that would be a matter for the people to decide. For example, you take the Murle and the Jeng of Bor, they're in constant war with each other. They're waging wars among themselves. And they haven't reached a consensus to live together peacefully, in spite of the fact that they're members of the same state. And then you have murders and massacres that are committed against Equatorians in Kajukeji, in Lopikiliri, and in Eastern Equatoria, and so on, right? So there's no foundation for being a nation. احنا بقى في دولة الغاب لسه يعني we are in the state of nature that people talked about how became an important transformation to become a civilized state, stabilized way of living is to construct a state, and the state is meant to preserve the rights of each other so that you have a system of justice, so that you don't take the law into your own hands. You trust and entrust the authorities to the government to deliver certain expectations, to fulfill certain needs that serve the collective interest. And that's why consent is important. Then it also ensures that there is peace, because there's another authority that you would go to in order to seek justice, rather than taking the law into your own hands and doing it your way. Right? So we are in a combination with this state. We have wars, ethnic wars that take place within our state, and then we don't have a government that is consented to, that is efficient, that has functional institutions. So a combination of this makes a toxic mix, which would only continue to keep us in wars against each other for generations to come. So why don't we just say, okay, enough is enough. Let's not fight among ourselves. You be autonomous and govern your affairs, and I govern our affairs, because this system has failed to actually work for us. Because what's the point of having a government in Juba that doesn't resolve issues, that doesn't actually fulfill the needs of our society? What's the point? Why should we just continue to maintain that system? We should get rid of it and get on with development. The rest of the world is developing. People have already gone to the moon. And we want to catch up with the rest of the world. We don't want to waste times in wars. So we should be autonomous and then agree how we can coexist with each other. If I need something from you, I would come and ask. You seek something from me, you would come and ask in peace, and we can agree. So that is the fundamental principle. You run your family in the interest of your family as children. You make the best for them, right? The state is meant to be doing exactly that. But it's not doing that. It's killing you instead. Has it in your family? Will you kill your own children? Will you kill your own mother and father? It's not a family. That would be dysfunctional, right? So that's the system that we have. So the borders of South Sudan, I would want to maintain the territorial integrity of South Sudan up to a point when, if one of the entities, like say Equatoria, decides that they want to, form their own state, then their borders are intact, preserved by this geographical entity that is now recognized as an international member of community of nations. But that does not mean that I'm going to lose my borders, right? I'm not going to be losing my borders. I'm not going to move in Equatoria away somewhere. So we should maintain our borders as they stood on the 1st January 1956. In terms of the approach, like I said, yesterday I said we make the presumption that we remove Salva Kiir. أخذ مثلا زي opposition groups. If the opposition groups are there for our people, and they know that the obstacle is Salva Kiir, and that this is the hurdle for development, for freedom, for liberties, for the enjoyment of our economic, social, cultural, and political rights, and all of this combined, right? Then why are we waiting and not working together to remove this regime? But we go with the mindset that we have an alternative on hand. And that's why we're putting this alternative that would preserve the rights of everybody. I think if we do this, we can agree. Because we cannot, we may disagree that, no, this is not the best model. Right? We may not disagree, we may not agree. But which model is better? which model is better, would provide guarantees for the preservation of the inalienable rights of all of these different social groups. For example, in Equatoria, we look at ourselves as a nation. Absolutely, we look at ourselves as a nation, and we're defined by history. If you don't have history of forging yourself into a nation, which is the problem that we're facing in South Sudan, then at least in Equatoria, we are the result of a product of we're a product of history, of historical processes. We have a history, and that history have forged us into a nation because we come from different social groups, different tribes, and we now live together as a cohesive social group. That is a replica of what a nation would look like. Bring different tribes together to form a common identity, a sense of identity, the sense of being one people, right? That's what has been taking place in Equatoria. And so I refer to, Equatoria, look at myself as being part of a nation. But maybe the Nuer will look at themselves, internally as a nation, as a Nuer nation. The Jeng, likewise, will look at themselves as a nation. The Cholo would do the same. But then if you put the Cholo together with the Nuer, the Jeng, then you are trying to form a much bigger nation, which would be subject to the process of history, integrating these different social groups, the Nuer, the Jeng, and the Cholo, into a nation, into one nation. And that is the process that we're still going through, but with difficulties, with challenges, which is retarding our development. Because we have plenty of resources in our country that we could exploit to push our development forward and to enjoy peace, justice, liberty, and so on. But we are not. And who is the obstacle? It's Salva Kiir. So if there is any opposition, that opposition needs to really be very clear about what is the objective that they want to achieve for the people, not for themselves. Sometimes we even talk about for the country, and then we don't know who exactly, which country, whom do we mean? You might be setting yourself up against an ambitious plan, right? It's okay to think big, to have an ambition, but you've got to also look at the price and the cost of bringing about that kind of change, and who is going to be the change agent. So those are some of the considerations. But in terms of the approach, I make the presumption that there's need to change this regime, to remove this regime in order to allow this process to kick off. So our aim would be to work with like-minded people who want this regime gone, but also agree to the principle that we have to defer to the people, that sovereignty inheres in the people. Sovereignty is invested in the people. Ultimately, it's the people who decide, right? We need to empower our people to do that. I would not accept this principle of saying people are not educated and elites should be deciding on their behalf and so on. For us in Equatoria, I think we have sufficient literacy for our people to be able to decide how they want to live, whether they want to govern themselves autonomously, whether they want to be a free state. It's up to them. Other countries or other parts that are not informed about their rights, their liberties, and so on, they can take time to learn. And over time, they can autonomously live among themselves, but not to become the obstacle to change. It should not become the obstacle to freedoms, freedom of other different social groups to them. Because we don't have something that we can just melt into as one nation. We don't have that. It needs to be created. But who is creating it? احنا عندنا معضله بتاعت انه حتى ما في ثقه يعني there is no trust between these different social groups, I mean different political groups. How do we work together? We want to be successful in working together. If I don't listen to you, you don't listen to me, you make the assumption that you are the right, you know, you're the one giving the right narrative. Your narrative is absolute. Then you are simply dismissing the narrative of the other. And this would not succeed, will not lead us anywhere. So in terms of approach, Rajab, we want to remove this regime either by working with others or on our own. يعني مثلا احنا ممكن بنطرح هسه احنا بنطرح هنا بنقول انه شنو we have a shared destiny in Equatoria with the people of Greater People. They are Equatorians. They hail from Equatoria. So we have a shared destiny with them. We can team up Equatoria as a bloc plus Greater People returning back to Equatoria, and we set our rights as the people of Equatoria. We speak up for ourselves and for our rights. And we say we cannot be part of a state that has failed. A state that has become tribal, hijacked, and the public resources are used for the benefit of Bolmel, Lamboth, Mary Ayan, we cannot be party to this state. We rather be autonomous and govern ourselves. We have enough resources to be on our own. And that is our inalienable right. We need to assert it. If the state wants to object to that, we have to resist the state to protect our rights. And if that meant war with the state, so be it. We have to pay the price for our freedom, to be able to exercise our inalienable rights and to enjoy our rights. And in fact, that's what I stand for as an approach, that the unity of Equatorian Greater People can bring change. If we have the unity of the people of Equatoria and Greater People, we can assert and speak as the people of Equatoria. Who will say, no, don't speak as the people of Equatoria? Who will come and tell me that, no, you're wrong? You know, that those are our inalienable rights. This is the better way for us to be able to get the message across to the Jeng, to the Nuer, to the Cholo, to the people of Western Bahr el-Ghazal that, look, we all have inalienable rights. We have to pay the price for creating our freedom, for preserving our existence. And if that meant that we have to preserve our existence in a state of our own, so be it. So we need to work on the strategies to create, you know, the state of Equatoria. And that is in the interest of peace, because we want to preserve our liberties. We want to preserve our identities, our values, democratic values, freedoms, and so on. Because the Jeng state doesn't provide these things, doesn't preserve these freedoms, human rights.
Doctor, so because we have many people, actually, I'm giving you 2 minutes to each question.
Okay. Yeah,
it looks like you're taking forever in one question. Yeah. I will give you 2 minutes to each question. Thank you.
Yeah, I have responded to Rajab in terms of strategy and also in terms of what we want to do, how we can go about it. So the approach is for us in Equatoria to help implement this process. We're pursuing unity with the people of Greater People. We want to be one people, and then we face injustice. We face the failed state. It can start people to people. We just need to assert and know our rights and then assert those rights. So I hope I've answered your question, Rajab. Thank you.
Rajab, before I pass the line, actually, let me welcome Sir Tito. He will be helping me in moderating the room, me and him. Rajab, do you have any short comment before I pass the line for question? I have my question, but I need to preserve them for now.
Yes, well, very briefly, and thank you for the response, Dr. Hakim, that you have provided. I would consider that you are strategic in the response in this case, especially with the element of transition from the current dispensation to the proposed dispensation. I see a number of options, which one is defeat in elections. That is completely unrealistic in the current context, and I say completely unrealistic. The next is negotiations and dialogue of any sort that you dismissed, that cannot be acceptable with a regime that is not legitimate. So the other options that remain are perhaps voluntary resignation or popular uprising or armed struggle. And maybe as time goes, we will get to see which one clearly would be the alternative. And you don't have to decisively mention it as such. So we can leave that where it is. The second part is with regard to the element, the message you communicated, if I got it right or paraphrase it, that where we are not removing here because we go with alternatives at hand. And I want to assume that the alternatives you are referring to could be some of these alternatives like technocratic government and some of this. So the question perhaps maybe for further clarification is, in that regard, does EPA feel confident proposing an alternative, or all the aspiring political entities should approach the situation without an alternative? That is just a bit I wanted to bring. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I will come to you, Doctor. Try to take comments, or let allow the people to ask questions and short comments if they want to. And then let me take 3 people, then you can answer them together. Dr. Hakim Dario. I think he moved himself down. Let me try. Doctor, come up, Doctor. I just invited you. I don't know what happened. You move yourself or what? You exit the room. Dr. Hakim,
سوري صديق خلي بكون انا حبشت حاجه
يا انت مشي الغرفه
ذات الصوت.
Yes, thank you. William Bondi, go ahead. If you have question or short comment, go ahead, ask your question to Doctor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Engineer Edward. Thank you to Rajab Mandis, Dr. Hakim, Tito, George, and Ujwok, and all the listeners in the room. First of all, let me thank you, Brother Edward, for having all these important people on your platform, especially by giving an opportunity to the people of South Sudan, especially the opposition leaders, to come and sell their ideas to the people of South Sudan. That is another opportunity for the people of South Sudan to know who are actually their political calibers in the country. I've been listening to Brother Hakim, Dr. Hakim. He has actually presented his perspective in regard to political situation in our country. But that actually gave me an idea to come up and ask him 3 questions. And these 3 questions are brief questions. First of all, the first question that I want to ask from Dr. Hakim. Dr. Hakim, I know you are a separatist organization, but the question that I want to ask, in your perspective, do you think it will be easy for your organizations to remove President Kiir? And if it is possible, in what way? That is one question. The second question is, do you have any relationship with the unionist organizations such as NAS, who is also fighting for the united South Sudan because they feel that South Sudan is misgoverned by the current regime? That is the second question. The third question, what methodology will you use to separate the bad regions from the good regions? And you have actually mentioned about separating Equatoria from R-ARCSS, separating Equatoria from Upper Nile. And the reason behind that separation is because those two regions are the regions of conflicts. What methodology will you use to separate those regions from the good region, which is Equatoria? Those are the three questions that I asked. And thank you very much, Engineer Edward, for actually giving the platform for the people actually to, to brainstorm about the issue of our country. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I hope, Dr. Hakim, you have written down the question. George Murray, Asal Swal Betak.
Yeah, I have.
Thank you. George Murray, Nita Mujud. Lo George Murray, Mafi, Ujok, Jamana. George, are you there? Okay, then Ujok go. We go back to Dr. Hakim. Go, Ujok.
Okay, let me greet all your panelists. Christmas greeting.
George will come after Ujok. Wait, let him go ahead. You will come after him. Go ahead, Ujok.
Let me greet Rajab, Tito, Dr. Hakim, William, and George. I would like to ask my brother, Dr. Hakim Doris. He talks of separating Equatorian from the whole Sudan. But I want to ask him, is it not looking selfish if he runs away because of he thinks that there are certain tribes or societies who are still in the state of nature? They have not gone to a civilized state of being citizen, or they have not embraced the social contract that Pagana Mum was talking about. But if I could ask Dr. Hakim, there are Tika, tribes which is composed of the Dinga, Toposa, Boya, Murle, and Latuku. They are cattle herders. And some of them also do practice cattle trading, since they are cattle herders. If he wants to thinks that those in Upper Nile and Barghazal are the only groups that raid cattle or uncivilized, I see that they have the similar behavior, those of cattle herders in East Equatoria and the Denka and Nuer in Barghazal and Upper Nile. And where is he leaving us? Let's say we, the Luo Shuluk, who have a same lifestyle like the Acholi Luo, like the Pari Luo in East Equatoria. Because if you compare the Luo in East Equatoria, like the Acholi and the Pari, they have the same lifestyle with the Luo of Upper Nile, which is the Shuluk, with Luo Dimo of Barghazal. They have the same lifestyle. And their lifestyle is also similar to the Faratit. So where are you going to leave us, since we have similar lifestyle? My other question is to Rajab. Since he's an advocate of civil society, how could you help us in America to form a community-based civil society that could effect the change. Thank you.
Thank you. George Mareng, go ahead and your question.
Yeah, my question is, I have two questions. First of all, I would like to convey my greeting to all of you, Edward, and then the presenter, Dr. Hakim Dario. In fact, I agree mostly in some of the points that been mentioned, like lack of social and economic and cultural aspects, human rights violation, abuse, and so on, corruption. And all these things are actually, those are some of the, even the other opposition group regularly having all these sort of things. You know, my question here to you, Dr. Hakim, I agree mostly with most of the points you mentioned. Yes, we need human rights. We have right also to decide whether for the self-determination and so on. But my problem is that the right time for us to go for self-determination, because the country is undergoing a regime that will not allow us actually to express our opinions. Do you think that will be the right time for us to go to that? This is one question. The other question is, as long as you are you disagree actually signing the 2018 peace agreement with Khartoum, like the other colleagues too, who also refused to sign the agreement because the agreement was not actually addressing the root cause of the problem. What will benefit you in joining SOMA so that we work together in order to get rid of the regime first, and then after that, of course, if there are some other rights that being abused by the system, then the transitional government of the transitional government will be formed, and then the establishment of the institution will be made, and everything will be all right. The election will take place, and the constitution will be written, and after that, all those elements that you mentioned, which is the right for self-determination, is the constitutional right, people right. That will be later. So, for me, I'm asking if you can be able to join SOMA so that we work together. You have a very brilliant idea. I agree with you, totally agree. Everybody actually, as a citizen, as a citizen of that nation, agree, because the regime actually didn't actually establish anything. No institution has been established, and everything is published. So those are the two questions. What will benefit you joining SOMA?
Thank you, George. Let me give chance to Dr. Hakim to answer the question because there are too many questions. And after that, we will come back to Ajonga, Abongo, and the rest. Those are willing to ask questions. Total, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting questions. And if I may, I'll probably start with Ujok Owa. Ujok Owa was saying that where would you leave the Luo who have the same similar lifestyle, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I think, like I said at the beginning, Equatoria is the product of a historical process. And I said also that nations are the product of history. A long historical process has taken place to forge Equatoria into a common social fabric, and that they look at themselves as one people. Yes, there can be other people like pastoralists. I come from a pastoralist tradition. We fight with the Tobosa. They come and steal our cattle. Sometimes we also go and steal their cattle. It's a way of life which has been there for time immemorial. But then we've also coexisted. We haven't fought wars, major big wars of extermination of each other or anything of the sort. And we also intermarry. So you'll find that in the border areas, we're actually one people because we have intermarried. We have relatives across on the Tobosa side. The Tobosa also have relatives on our side. If you go to Kapoita, you will see it. The different communities in the area, they intermarry, they live together. But it's only the people who are still carrying on the traditional way of life. People want to marry. Sometimes they don't have enough cows. And then they have to go and raid. That's how the youth are brought up. They're still brought in the old ways of working, old ways of life, right? But it has started to lessen. Even with the logging, we intermarry, but we still go and steal each other's cattle. The youth who are deep in the countryside have a certain lifestyle. So we need to help that process by bringing in education, providing alternative ways of living. Bishop Paride Taban had to take action to institute a village known as Kuron Peace Village, right in the deepest, areas of Tobosa. And they have not reacted negatively to Paride Taban. The women are there, the children are there. They started to go to school, and now they have a secondary school there. They have graduated, kids who have now gone to the university in Nairobi. I mean, you wouldn't have imagined that, right? So they have started to move away from their old traditional ways of life. And then in urban centers, people are mixed, they intermarry freely. So there's no issue of a broken social fabric among these different communities. But like I said, the a social process that took place over a long period of time and forged this identity of Equatoria as a nation. And then you now start to take it for granted that our destiny is one. And that's what the nation is, a shared destiny and a shared social fabric. And that is what differentiates Equatoria. And it's a good thing. It's a positive thing, which means that we can accelerate this development in Equatoria if we were to be in charge of our own affairs, if we were to be in charge of governing ourselves. There will be, mechanism to fight corruption. There will be less of the tribal conflict in Equatoria. We will address areas where there is underdevelopment, and we will focus on human development. We would have peace. We would be self-reliant. We are not even interested in oil or in exploiting gold and so on, because you can see that the regime is exploiting gold for personal utility, for personal benefit, not for the benefit of the country as a whole. The oil is treated in the same way. It's not actually exploited for the benefit of the people. It is to go into the coffers of Bolmel, Mary Ayen, and so on and so forth, right? It's not meant for the country. And that is a resource that belongs to the country. But Kir has no shame to allow the resources of the country to be plundered. We would not do that in Equatoria. We want to be in a position where we want to concentrate on development. We want to institute a government of Equatoria, that puts the people of Equatoria first. Because people of Equatoria are being held hostage now. They cannot develop because there is a stupid regime that is sitting on them. Ignorant people are running the affairs of the country. They are running the affairs of Equatorians. Equatorians have intellectuals, PhDs, name it. Everything is there, but they are not in power. They are not exercising their talents to move Equatoria forward. Because we are under a regime that is authoritarian, people who do not have a culture of peace, they have a culture of corruption, and is holding us hostage. So at least we have to work towards leveraging our advantage as a nation of Equatoria to move forward. And this is not against anybody. It is just that Equatorians want to live in peace. They want to be free people. They want to differ among themselves democratically, constructively, form institutions, even hold leaders accountable. Hakim is not the
Dr. Hakim, would it not be selfish if you talk of Equatorian and living in the Maban, the Faratit, the Anuak, you just talk of Equatoria? Does it not mean that you are selfish?
It's not selfish. It is, I'm part of a social fabric. I'm part of a nation. I'm talking about my nation, right? I'm talking about my nation. But this is without prejudice to the people of Upper Nile, to the people of Western Bahr al-Ghazal, or to any other different social group. I'm just saying we have inalienable rights, and these people also have inalienable rights. The Fertit, the Cholo, they have inalienable rights. They are sovereign people. They should be respected. They should be allowed to make decisions. They should be allowed to exercise political power. That is in the interest of the people of the Cholo, or in the interest of the people of Jeng, or the Nuer, and so on. In this day and age, this is the 21st century. And we still want to be in a tribal, living in a tribal society. No, we say no. Let's opt out as Equatoria and focus on our development. After all, we're not running away from the East African region. We will still meet in the common market. We will open our borders for people who want to come and be employed in Equatoria. They bring skills, they are knowledgeable, they can work as doctors, they can bring their families, they can live in Equatoria in a law-abiding society, in a civil state, where a government will be instituted by the consent of the people. Right? And if you want to apply for become a national of Equatoria, there will be a naturalization law for you to integrate into Equatorial society. We would welcome that, because anybody who comes to Equatoria and wants to abide by the laws of Equatoria is welcome, because it's going to contribute to our development. Look at these Western countries. Why do they take refugees to the United States, to UK, to Netherlands, to all of these countries? They value contributions that these different social groups would bring to their country. There are hidden talent in these people who are coming to these countries. So Equatoria would be the same. Jane, who are talented, who want to come and work in Equatoria and serve the people of Equatoria, they're welcome. Or they want to develop their lifestyle, develop in your human speaking, develop their talents, be academicians or doctors or jurists, whatever. They would come and, perform their roles in designated, roles that are defined for professionals. Right? That's what we want to focus on. So, and that's why we're saying this union model might actually convince us to live together, right? We go to a union, a shared sovereignty union model, where the Cholo, the law that you're talking about, Ojo, would have the same rights as those rights that belong to Equatoria. But you would be autonomous, and you would welcome Equatorians to come to Cholo land, to come and work there as doctors, as teachers, teaching your schools, and so on, right? As long as you are able to govern, your territory and provide the right laws to attract talent and development, right? And also be in position of power to exercise political power at the center. So in a union government, we would see the Cholo people's representatives who are elected and mandated by the Cholo to come and exercise political power at the center. We would want to see the Jeng also come, elect their people and mandated, people who are mandated, who really serve the people of Jeng. They would come and be mandated and be at the center in decision making. And that goes across the board. In that way, we recognize our inalienable rights. We would not break the rights of each other. We would not encroach upon the rights of one another, but we respect each other. We don't wage wars against each other. That's the model. Because if we can't do this in South Sudan, then we better do it in Equatoria. We will do it for ourselves. Why wait? If you are not able to agree for us to have a union of respect, of inalienable rights, the right to self-determination. If you cannot recognize my right to self-determination, then you have something else. You have something to hide. Because it has to be by consent. If somebody doesn't want to be part of the marriage and is being abused and they want to opt out, they're free to do that in law. It's the same with the state. So what kind of a state are we intending to construct? We want to construct a state that is built on the principle of consent, a modern state. And we mean it, a modern state. Not a gang state, not a tribal militia, not a tribal army. That's not what we're trying to do. No. So anyway, I hope I have answered your question over.
Yeah, you have answered it. It looked like you're talking about federalism. Thank you.
Now I go to George. Is it the right time to go for self-determination? Yes, it is the right time. Any time now is the right time. But at the end of the day, it's the right time for the people of Equatoria to determine. But we need to begin to raise the issue. If we don't raise the issue, then how would you inform the public? How would you engage the public about this issue? They need to be fully informed and take a position about this issue. Because there are, realities on the ground that Equatorians are being massacred. They're being dispossessed of their lands. You have heard and read the ethnocide. There's tribalism. There's the building of a tribal state in South Sudan. There's war of genocide going on. Even outsiders have written about it, but we're paying less attention to it because we're ignorant. We don't want to be ignorant anymore. We want to bring these issues out in the public domain, in our public consciousness, at the level of South Sudan as well as at the level of Equatoria, so that we focus the minds of our people on what really matters. They should not start to continue to pay allegiance to someone who is like Salva Kiir, right? Or to SPLM. Why? Why should our people pay loyalty to SPLM? What for? Did they liberate this country in order to come and cause massacres and support, and hold people and not hold people accountable for those who are, causing massacres in Equatoria? And we just say that because they liberated us in order to come and sit on top of us? No. They liberated the country for the people, not for themselves, not for SPLM. So this is the right time for us to call for self-determination. Because it's a process, it will take time, but you need to sound the bells now, right? After all, the right to self-determination is a right, an inalienable right to the people. The African Peoples Charter, the AU African Charter, right? The people's, the African Charter of Rights incorporates and recognizes the right to self-determination to people. And so it is the right time. We should raise this issue now and talk about it now. If it wasn't there, the people of South Sudan would not be entitled to the right to self-determination. The second question about joining Thomas. But I'm not sure that Thomas supports the right to self-determination of the people of Equatoria. I'm not sure. In fact, there was a discussion yesterday, and I want to say this, go on public, on record, that when we exited SAWA, we did not sign the agreement. And even before we signed the agreement, before the talks in Addis Ababa concluded in 2018, when we were invited to the talks in Addis Ababa, we raised this question of the right to self-determination for the people of Equatoria. We did. The only party, the only organization that raised the issue of self-determination for the people of Equatoria. Now, when we rejected the revitalized R-ARCSS, we wanted to form an alliance. I drafted, because there was a draft of, the SAWA Charter and Rules of Procedure, which we wanted to change so that we can form a new alliance. As PDM, naturally, as part of the alliance, I wanted to include the right to self-determination for the people of Equatoria. But Emmanuel Ajawin and Thomas Chirillo objected to it. Not only objected to it, they voted against it. SSNMC decided to, to be neutral. They didn't want to vote. They stood for neutral. So we ended up just only voting ourselves. Yesterday, Emmanuel was trying to mislead the public, saying that Hakim was just defeated by but he had only one vote. No, it wasn't one vote. It's a sequence, it's a process. First, we started with putting the provisions of the charter. And in the provision of the charter, as PDM, because we stood for the right of self-determination, then why would I be part of an alliance that does not recognize what we stand for as PDM? So what's the point? And when this was pushed to voting, Thomas and Emmanuel voted against the inclusion of the provision of the right to self-determination for the people of Equatoria. Kwaje, that was Samson, what do you call Kwaje Lasso, who was representing SSNMC, decided to stand neutral. So I'm just putting this on record so that Emmanuel Ajawin would check this, revise, and maybe there's an issue with his memory. But we voted on this. And I wanted evidence at that time that Thomas and Emmanuel voted against the inclusion of provision on the right to self-determination in the Charter of the Alliance. And that's what we stood for as PDM. So that was one of the key reasons why we then disagreed, and I could not continue to be part of SSNDA. The naming, the other thing to do with the name was a secondary issue. That was the full question, because we wanted to see, first of all, whether the provision of the right to self-determination will be part of our alliance charter. And there is always ignorance about the position of a party. You don't want to personalize things and say Hakim did this, Hakim refused this. But the position of NDM and the position of NAS, as they voted, was not to support the inclusion of the provision on the right to self-determination. Thomas Dope, who was the leader of UDRA, would attest to this. So let's not give misleading information to the public and hide the rest of the truth. Be truthful and be clear. And I've gone today on record on this. But if Thomas wants to work with us, fine, he doesn't have to accept, in his NAS, his position as NAS cannot be imposed on us, right? Because we're a separate entity and we stand for the right to self-determination. He did not. He clearly said the people of Equatoria did not ask for the right to self-determination. That's what he said. But I said PDM is advocating for this, and we came to Addis Ababa because of that. We wanted to raise the issue of the right to self-determination in a venue like Addis Ababa, the High-Level Revitalization Forum, peace talks. So as long as, we recognize each other's fundamental, principles, we can work together. It doesn't stop me working together with Thomas to remove the regime. We can work together. Actually, what was considered before we formed the EPA, there was always this discussion about unification. And in the unification model, you can have entities, different political organizations, A, B, C, D, E. يعني بالتعبير الواضح انت ممكن تعمل معادلة رياضية تقول A plus B plus C plus D plus X equals Z. That all of these entities now merge, become X. They forget about the A, B, C, D, and all the rest of it. They just form one entity. That has been a very difficult challenge for opposition groups to unite under a single organization and a single leader. It's not practical. So the alliance model is the better model, where you can form an alliance, you retain your identity as A, B, C, D, E. Then when you work together over time, you might become persuaded, say, you have now known each other, you trust each other very well, you can now form one single political entity as a process of progression. So if you were to form a union state from all these different social groups, and then you coexisted, lived together, trusted each other, then in the longer run, you might then transition from the union state to a federal system of government. But right now, the preservation of all of these different social groups is key, is fundamental for our existence. So that there's no one entity that is more, a majority than another, or one is a minority of the other. No, we can't form a state on that basis. I'll come back to William now. What will be the easy, William was saying, will it be very easy to remove Kir? And in what way? Of course, removing Kir is not going to be easy, right? Riek Machar tried it, he failed. Molong tried it, he failed. That's why they are in talks. They want to go in. Thomas also tried, he failed. Or is still in the process. So opposition is still struggling to remove Kir, but they have not succeeded.
That's right.
So it's not always going to be easy to remove a regime that is exploiting the resources of the country, using the capacity of resources that are available to a state, right? Having access to international supply of arms, helicopters, gunships, and so on. And then Molong doesn't have anything, just have foot soldiers with AK-47. It's not a fair battle, is it? So it's always going to be very difficult to remove a regime that has empowered itself using the state resources. And that's why there is hijacking of the state. They're doing it in broad daylight, right? Because they know that, no one will be able to challenge them as easily. And that's why they're making these decisions. Loot resources, they are not being held, accountable. They don't want to go to the hybrid code and all of this because they have the resources of the state in their hands. And so these other oppositions who are poor needed to somehow blend in and just go in because, they can't remove the regime. They have to reach an understanding with the regime so that they are accommodated. Like Rajab said, that you needed to, if you don't have these other options, then you go into negotiations. Yes, but then again, negotiations are predetermined. Here comes there not with the spirit of trying to reach, a real breakthrough. He's just trying to accommodate you because he wants to fend off international criticism that the regime is not inclusive. What about the non-signatories who didn't sign the agreement? Bring them in so that he can يدخل لنفسه بعض الشرعية, international kind of legitimacy that he has listened, he is inclusive of different social, these different political groups and so on. But in intent, he cares less. He's not going to implement the agreement. Who will hold him accountable? Anyway, so it's always going to be very difficult to remove Kir. But it's not impossible to remove him. It's difficult to remove him, but it's not impossible not to remove him. Circumstances will change. And then, you'll like what happened in Syria. Something has to give in. And then the next day or two, Bashar al-Assad was running away. So maybe it will happen to Salva Kiir as well. And then the question about the relationship with NAS as a unionist. I respect the position of NAS. They have a vision for the whole of the country. Actually, NAS is the lesser evil for you other tribalists in South Sudan, because NAS is, putting a claim that they want to reform the system, or they want to bring change for the good of all of the country, right? But look, what's happening? People of Upper Nile are not joining NAS. People of Bahr al-Ghazal are not joining NAS. Only Equatorians are joining NAS, right? So Thomas may have the best intentions. He is lesser of an evil, but for us, we stand for Equatoria. This is our defining moment. We're saying we're coming to a crossroads. The people of Equatoria have got to have a say, not the people of Upper Nile, but the people of Bahr al-Ghazal. They would not have a say over our affairs. We're autonomous. We're a nation. We want to stand for the nation, for our nation first. Then others have to recognize us, and then we can work together. Because South Sudan has failed as a state. So Thomas wants the best for South Sudan. So you might as well, if you fear the separatists, you join NAS. You, the guys from Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, join NAS and work together with Thomas so that you remove the regime. That would be good. But then our only issue would be Thomas might also turn to become a dictator and say that, no, he does not recognize the right of the people of Equatoria to self-determination, right? So that's also a possibility. But we'll find out, whether he would change his mind on this if the people of Equatoria wanted the right, to exercise their right to self-determination. But for now, I think it works, for all of us, that NAS should be successful to remove this regime, so this regime would also, if it is gone, it's much less of a problem. So in that sense, I think we don't have an issue with NAS. It is you, the people of Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, who have an issue with NAS. You don't want to join NAS. That's your problem. It's not our problem. We are not enemies to NAS. Will it be, the third question is a methodology of separating the good region of Equatoria. I mean, it is not really about the good region. It's not that. It's what the people of Equatoria aspire to live. They want to be free. They want to enjoy their liberties. They want to govern themselves. They don't want to live under occupation. They don't want to see their people being massacred in Kajukeji, in Lokeliri, in Abumboro, in Numule, in Nyangala. 10 here today, tomorrow, Bishop Lako will cry his head off that he's tired of burying victims of massacres. And this is happening in the state of South Sudan. So maybe it would be better for us to have a state of Equatoria in which none of these things will happen. That's what Equatorians want. They want to live in peace. They want a future for their children to live in peace. It is not against anybody. But there are people who do not want to see good for Equatoria. If we become separate, maybe you'll start to emulate Equatoria. That Equatoria will be a peaceful country, respects human rights, allows for people to enjoy their liberties. There's no dictatorship. There are many, many tribes, over 35 tribes, who have integrated over time, and many of them have relatives across different tribes. They would want the best for their country and for their children. If that happens, then it will be good for other South Sudanese to emulate, or even do it better than us, right? So it has to be consent. Consent is the foundation of peace. And lastly, on the question from Rajab, talking about, for example, technocratic government or other options, Yeah, of course, there are many, many options. Normally, you would do a research, you put the paper together, you look at 3 or 4 or 5 different options, and then you look at the pros and cons of each of those options. and then you can decide to pivot towards this strategy or that strategy, this option or that option. So we are aware of that. Of course, the limitation of time does not help, to address all different type of options. But we can have conversations in other forums about that. What we want to do in Equatoria is that we want to leverage this kind of dialogue with our different communities in South Sudan. We want to talk to the people of Western Bahr el-Ghazal. We want to talk to the Jain. We want to talk to the Nuer. We want to talk to the Cholo. And we kind of like, understand each other, real needs of our people. And then maybe we can start to understand all of this. Because like what we have experienced, and this is what Equatorians experience, whenever an Equatorian raises the issue of regionalism, there will be prejudice. People from Upper Nile are prejudiced against, not all of them, but most of them, many of them are prejudiced against regionalism. They say Equatorians are tribalists. Equatorians are a nation. They are a combination of tribes. So, and it is in their right to want to be autonomous, to govern themselves. When Kokora happened, what happened? Most of the people who went and joined the SPLA, they had prejudices against Equatorians. And the slow intake of Equatorians into the SPLA was because of the fear of this prejudice. Many Equatorians actually paid their ultimate price, being victims of tribal policies in the SPLA. And it was these sort of tribal policies that hindered Equatorians from joining hands with the SPLA until later on. It was a very slow process because most of the people who joined the SPLA were people who were angry about being, they think that they were chased out of Equatoria when it was just devolution of power. Devolution of power so that, we all autonomously govern ourselves, because the leaders who were running South Sudan, particularly from the Jain community, were calling for greater Dinka unity, and they were exercising tribalism, nepotism, corruption, which we now see its ugly head coming back to South Sudan again. And that's what Equatorians rejected. They said, look, are we really interested in having a united people of South Sudan? Or have we now given up on the agenda of why the Anyanyas fought for South Sudan? And now instead people jump to tribalism, like what we see now under this government of Salva Kiir. And that's what Equatorians rejected. So their hand was forced because they have seen the experience of what happened. It was not the idea of Nimeri. Nimeri just took advantage to divide South Sudanese. We recognize that. But because it is also the product of the behavior of Jain politicians, like Abel Elier and others. That's the reality. Let's have honest conversations about these issues. Even John Garang, he had a model of 3 regions. The governor of Equatoria was Samuel Abu John. The governor of Upper Nile was Kol Manyangjuk. And the governor of Bahr el-Ghazal was, I think, Niel Deng or Deng Alor. I don't know. I can't remember. So the 3-region model was already used by the SPLA, but it was, I think, used just to attract Equatorians. Because the moment the CPA was signed, they jumped to 10 states, right? They abandoned the 3-region approach. They jumped to 10 states model. And this 10 states model was brought by Bashir. Our people did not even have a consent for it. They were not consulted on this. We said we can address this when we come to the constitution making process. But guess what happened? Kiir decreed the 32 states, 28 states to 32 states. Equatoria was brushed aside. So these are matters that require people not at the caliber of Salva Kiir. We need thought leaders, thinkers, who looks at the pros and cons.
Dr. Hakim, try to summarize, go to the William's question, and then allow others also to ask questions and make comments.
Okay, I already answered William. Have I not? I have answered. I've ended.
So there is a question
That's
about the tool, the method you are going to use to achieve your goal. That is very important question.
By who? This is
you
by
know,
William,
you
yeah?
want to separate, right? You want to self-determination. So what is the methodology you are going to use to separate?
That would be a strategy. We have a strategy for going about it, one of which is a peaceful process of transitioning out of the failed state collectively in the model of the union state, where we recognize the rights of each other.
With who?
With all the different social groups, with the Cholo, with the Nuer, with the Jeng, and so on and so on, a people-driven approach.
But do you think Cholo and Nuer and Denka, you are telling them they are bad people that will put their hands together with you, Victor? Or just because you want to talk?
We didn't say that they are bad. We're simply saying Equatorians want their rights. But these rights belong also to the Nuer, to the Cholo, to the Jeng, and so on and so forth. It is not that they are bad.
If that is your concern, why you don't put your hands together with South Sudanese and remove the bad system in Juba? Instead of running away.
No, we can remove the regime so that it doesn't remain as an obstacle. I have not said that we cannot work together to remove the regime. I'm with you. We can work together to remove the regime. But I just want you to be aware that the alternative should then allow freedoms, liberties, people's rights, in order for us to institute a transitional process. And that's why we came up with this model of the union state.
Yeah, thank you. Let me allow the others to ask a question. William, do you have comment or George Maren before I pass the line? Tito.
No, actually I have a question, but maybe I will come later.
There was a question directed to Rajab. Can you allow him to answer?
We'll come to that question later on.
Thank you, Edward. Maybe I will make a little comment, and then I go down so that I give the space to others. Thank you so much, Dr. Hakim. You have actually answered all the questions that I've asked. This is the opportunity for people of South Sudan actually to brainstorm about the political dispute or the political differences that are existing in the country. Yes, you might have opted to take that decision. Okay, Edward, go ahead. I will come back later. Sorry, there is somebody knocking on the door.
Okay, Jongo, go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, greeting to you, Dr. Hakim. My name is Abango, and I have one was the scholars of Sister Lucy, who have worked with most of the Dendinga children, and I believe with many of them in Juja, Nairobi, Kenya, and also before I joined them, I was under the scholarship of Diocese of Rumbek. My question to you, you have answered it, and still yet I will also come back because you talk about the culture of people being violent because they rear cattle, and I was a little bit optical about it because having spent most of my life in Latuke and also in the part of the Tofosa land, I have experienced so many obstacles in which Tofosa and the Didinga have been fighting themselves so seriously because of cattle. But later on, you have admitted it. And not only that, the Tofosa and even the Didinga fought the Dos, and they also fought with the Turkana because of the cattle, including the Murle. Now, what I would like to say is, you said, that's a question I want you to correct, that you said many people in other region that I like when the region of Equatoria are talking about their interests. I will not agree with it, and because if you go back to Kokoro, I heard you talking about it. James Tumbra, who was heading it, is deputy with Dola Shul, and Dola Shul was actually from Toin. And then Samwalaru, who was actually from Lake State, Rumbek. Those people come together with James Tumbra, and they endorsed the issue of Kokoro because they were not pleased with Habil Alier, whom they were saying is somebody who was actually with the Jalaba, but he came and hijacked the movement of the people. That is Anyanya. So I think something somewhere is missing, Dr. Hakim, that need to be admitted. During Gokoro, it was not only Equatorian that have worked hard so that the promotion of Kokoro will be formed. With the exception, I will not even mention the Western Barkazali. So many leaders have also joined in it. So will it not be unfair if that is not being admitted? Should we have to come maybe call for other things? Will people not go back to take that as an example where we work with someone, then later on, when he or they have achieved that, they will drop you and then ignore your contribution with them? Like now you said there are no people of Barghazali in NAS and there are no people of Equatoria in NAS. And I think there are quite a number of the people of Barghazali in NAS and there are quite a number of the people of Aparnal in NAS as well. So joining NAS, I think, is not a regional issue. It should be individual choice. Why that idea of joining NAS have to be attached with the region? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that statement, actually, I wanted to make a comment into that statement of Dr. Hakim denying NAS. There is no, even I have 3 cousins. My own cousin, Edward Achiek, they are in higher position in NAS. So what Dr. Hakim was saying is not followed in that statement. So let's go to Kwar.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Edward, for giving me this chance. First of all, I want to congratulate you for your marriage and wish you actually a happy family with your wife and also a happy Christmas and happy New Year. Thank you for the guest of honor, Dr. Hakim Dario, and the rest of the people which are here in the panel. My name is John Tito. I'm talking from Germany. Dr. Hakim, you have made a very wonderful presentation about your views. The title is The Alternative Way Forward. I think Brother Rajab has also highlighted on all, the presentation we have mentioned. But I have only one question. Are you not talking about ethno-federalism, which actually has failed in other African countries like Ethiopia? Because if it is not an ethno-federalism, why are you basing it on tribal coexistence? Why don't we unite as Southerners to get rid of the monster government which is in South Sudan, using tribalism to divide us? And I think this is what's supposed to be our concern, those who are living in diaspora and those who are inside the country. Because has it been so difficult for us, for all the opposition group, inside the country and outside the country, to unite and have a purpose of establishing a united South Sudan to resolve the identity, which is currently a tribal, entity. And with all the education we have gained, and especially somebody like you who is having an asset, it will be really a loss of intellectuality to return back to call for self-determination of a region. Why don't you propose a well-standard federalism like the one we have in the US and in Germany? Can you comment on this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Miraldi.
Brother Edward, would you allow me to conclude what I was saying and then I get down, if possible, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. You know, what I was actually trying to say, Dr. Hakim, you have mentioned something very, very, very strange, that they want to stretch their hands to grab Murle and annex it to Equatoria. And I don't know why Dr. Hakim is so selective to take Murle from Upper Nile to Equatoria, while Bor was part and parcel of Equatoria until late 40s. Why not taking as well Bor community or Bor Denga to Equatoria, to their normal place, because they were part and parcel of Equatoria? And if it is because of similarities, Bor Dinka have similarities with Mandari. They have a lot in common. They're wrestling together, they keep cattle together, and they even understand themselves.
More than because for the Dr. Hakim, you are the problem. That's why you don't want to take you with him.
Oh, yeah, and then the Dr. Hakim actually is stealing the part of our nation. You know, if you are taking that part of our nation without agreement, without our agreement, then it will not be possible, my friend. This is what I just want to say to Dr. Hakim. But otherwise, thank you so much. You have tried, and let's wait and see how you're going to make it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Mariandi has a question.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Edward, and let me greet your panelists, Sos Rajab and Tito and Dr. Hakim. It's been a long time. Good to have you on the podium again. Greeting to the rest of the... Yajima, can you hear me clearly? My network showing something.
Yes.
Yes.
You are loud and clear.
Yes. I will be very quick and precisely. Having come across and I really start enjoying it the way Dr. Hakim's, narrate is sort of a separatist agenda, a separation agenda with a flavor of the tribalism that actually is against it in the state of South Sudan, that is running away to the new state that's the proposed new state of Equatoria Republic, the future Equatoria Republic. The thing is, Dr. Hakim, I think it seemed to have problem with reading correctly what is the problem of South Sudan that's actually of which is against the system. The problem of South Sudan, as we all know, our biggest enemy is the tribalism itself. And the way I look, if I'm reading Dr. Hakim correctly, Dr. Hakim is running away from the big tribalism to form his a small tribalism with a similar, the same characters of the old tribalism states of the South Sudan that is running away from it. Then it doesn't look like Dr. Hakim is going to propose a new answer, or is going to bring a magical solution that will make Equatoria to live in happy states, because Equatorians are also a component of tribes, of which they are bigger in the tribes, in a tribe element more than the South Sudan that we are in. Because if you go to look at the tribes in South Sudan, in Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, where the largest tribe or the biggest element of the tribes is small is Equatoria. And with that, every tribe will have will also come up with the same political problem that we are facing at the moment. Then, if I'm reading Dr. Hakim correctly, it seems Dr. Hakim is putting himself in a way that's kind of like almost he ideologically reached to where he cannot really think beyond to get the correct answers for what is the problem, of which actually I fail to understand. The purpose of the PhD is to solve the social problems when you are a PhD holder. Our problem in South Sudan, our PhD holders actually seem to cause, instead of solving the problem, I'm not attacking you PhDs, that's not the real what I'm here for. But I try to express it in a way that should really meet what is the purpose of the PhD when you hold the PhD itself. It is to propose or to bring the answers for a problem that the ordinary citizen cannot solve, like myself and others. But here, we don't get that is the solution that our PhDs offers. Our PhD always offer more disastrous problem that would not really bring any solution, of which is questioning the PhD itself. What is the problem with PhDs, South Sudanese PhDs, comparing to the others, their mates of PhD holders from the others, from the other nations, of which the others, you get the PhD always offer so many, a very, they always solve the most difficult, social problems. This is where I really, I want to say, Dr. Hakim, you're not going to have Equatoria in a better shape than the South Sudan at the moment, because in Equatoria, there are tribes similar to what we have in South Sudan. You got Azande, you got Baria, you got Latuka in your area there in Eastern Equatoria. Okay, of which also you contradict yourself very much, Dr. Hakim. Eastern Equatoria, they also having a similar problem compared to South Sudan, Bar Ghazal or Dinkas tribe or Nuer tribes, cattle raiding. It is a common problem there, of which if you denounce that is not happening there, and that's the reason you want to go to a state that where there's no cattle raiding problem, then you are actually misleading people. You're not telling the truth, okay? And where here, you actually, it seems you don't have a political agenda that actually can motivate others to join you, to join your organizations, of which I believe if this is the way you're doing it, then your movement, your political movement will be just for public consumption on social media rather than something going to bring the change on the ground. That's where I want to stop. Thank you, Edward, for allowing me to have that opportunity. Super.
Thank you, Mariandi. Gordon, go ahead if you have comment or question. If you comment in 3 minutes, question, go ahead.
Okay, it's a combination of comments and question. Yeah, thank you, Edward, and my greetings to all the people on the podium and those who are listening downstairs. First of all, thank you, Hakim, for your presentation. I did not listen to the entire presentation, but I heard most of it. First of all, it seems like you are following the same thing that you are rejecting from others. And I think Abango pointed out some of the points, but I will highlight one thing. Let's say, when you talk about redivision or Kokora, you made it as if Equatoria or Equatorian, they were the one who asked for that, and then Nimeri just accepted it and used that opportunity. As if Kokora or redivision was only from Equatoria. You excluded so many people from Bahr el Ghazal and Upper Nile who were also part of the change. Those who were, wearing hats when we were, teenage or young boys, and then they were mentioning that it is a government of change. I'm sure there were a lot from Bahr el Ghazal. If it is not because of Bahr el Ghazal support for change, Kokara, Makan Hassan. But now you made it.
I did acknowledge that. I did acknowledge that, just to correct you. And I said, it's not that, there were no people from Upper Nile and Bahr who supported Kokara. People like DK, people like what the gentleman mentioned. I actually acknowledge that. I said, it's not that not many people supported it. But I say only the vast majority who went to join the SPLA. But otherwise, there were many people in Bahr Ghazal and in Upper Nile who supported that. Just to correct you, so that you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That mean all the three regions, they were not happy with what was happening in Juba. Yeah, including all the tribes, whether Chuluk, Nuer, Dinka, Palanda, the Luo, all the Junubin there. But as a political process, always there are people who support, what is happening, and there are people who are against what is happening. So by then there were people against Abil Aliyev, and they supported Kokor. That is for for record. When it comes to number two, is that I had you talking in different rooms about Equatoria, that Equatoria, jail and is they came, as a unified group, and they are capable of forming a state. And when you explain that they have a shared history, and then when you expand on that shared history, interestingly, I don't find something that is different or particular about Equatoria that made them to have a different shared history from the other South Sudanese, from Upper Nile and Equatoria. Whatever you mention, it is within the context of South Sudan, and that will encompass all the three regions to have a shared history. Therefore, if they have a shared history, then they have a shared history to form a nation. So I don't see where you come out and single out Equatoria as a group that join together that can form, a state without Upper Nile and Equatoria. So if there is a way that you can highlight that and try to differentiate it from what make it particular from Upper Nile and Equatoria and Bahr Ghazal. On the other hand, too, when you talk or when you make your statement, you talk about Equatoria as a region. You talk about them as a region, and when you come and talk about the other, then you talk about them as tribe. You talk about the Dinka, about Nuer, about Chuluk, about Luo. If they have a choice to join Equatoria, they are welcome to join. At the time, that Equatoria is a makeup of different tribes. So, if you are talking about Equatoria as a region, why do you come here and talk about the two regions of Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal as tribe, and you encourage them to apply to Equatoria as individual tribes or as individuals? Why encourage them to apply for a prosperous Equatoria? Let Bahr Ghazal apply as a Bahr Ghazal to join Equatoria, and let Upper Nile, request to join Equatoria as Upper Nile. To be fair, because when you come and talk about the issues that is dividing Equatoria from the rest, I think at the end, you remember that there are the same things that exist in Equatoria, and you acknowledge at the end. The culture of Nilotic and cow, or wrestling and stealing cows from each other. At the end, I think you remember it and then you acknowledge it. Because Equatoria It's not a tribe. And if we talk about killing each other, will make a tribe to be at the state of nation, therefore people will run away from them, then you should leave Letuka, leave the Dinga, leave Tabosa, leave Mundari, and leave, there is a lot of tribe there. You have to leave it for us as the people of Barghazal and Equatoria who are still a state of nation. Okay? So I think the reasons for your separation, when you talk about them, then it will become clear that you did not read the situation properly. Because what made you to run away from these two regions, they are there in Equatoria, but you overlook them. Number two that I can add is during the Kokora, when Upper Nile left and Barghazal left, and Equatoria was alone, what happened? There was a power struggle within Equatoria. And that power struggle encouraged other tribes even to join the SPLA. And I'm sure by then, you were at least at university level. Because when that happened, I think I was in middle school, but I was active, I was, following, I was listening to people, I was listening to what happening in Equatoria. And we were having also Equatorians in my city. We did not exit them. They were staying, and they stayed with us. And they were talking about what is happening in Equatoria. Therefore, you talk as if Equatoria already reached a stage of an agreement. But my friend, even if you will say, okay, you take Equatoria, the same issues that we have now in South Sudan, you will have them, as you had them during Kokora. You see? Therefore, I think the best way, what is making you run away from nation building of South Sudan, you are going to face the same, problem when you are coming to Equatoria. Therefore, I think you need to think about it. Another thing that confirm what I'm saying is that when you talk about this, then you give example of corruption that is happening. Young state people are using resources for themselves, and you give example of 400,000 given to SG of the SPLM both, and you give example of 200,000 given to Ayandit, okay, which is everybody is not happy with that, including Jiang or Nuer or anybody. The corruption that is happening, it is something that you need to fight together. So when you point these two out, maybe these are the only two that you know. On this platform, if you allow other people also to point out how many millions also taken by Equatorians, then you will find that this corruption is not confined to Upper Nile and Barghazal. Okay? And I think even a few months ago, people were talking about, 4 million, not 400,000, 4 million taken by somebody. So sometimes, especially for somebody like you who is a PhD holder, it will be a good idea to approach it, academically as a researcher. That will help you to come out with a fair resolution that will help Junubin. We need help. And we'll get help from those who are, who isolated themselves from, being biased, and approach it academically, do the research, and they will find out that whatever is facing Equatoria is facing Upper Nile and is facing Barghazal. Therefore, corruption is rampant and nobody happy about it. including the members of the SPLM. If you ask any member of the SPLM on this, podium, he's not happy. And if there is a way that we can put our hand together to fight it, we can fight it. So I will stop here. Sorry, Edward, maybe I took more than three minutes. So these are the comments.
No, thank you. Thank you. Your comment even is good helping the discussion. Thank you. Let's give Matiang, what is this now? Jamus.
Matiang Anur.
Yeah, Jamus.
Can I interject?
Let me give the last chance, Dr. Hakim. Let's give the last chance. Wait. Because we were waiting earlier for a very long time. Yeah, wait. You will take it all. Go ahead, Jamus, answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me greet everyone on the podium and your listeners as well. Pretty much, Uncle Edward, I think Uncle Abango and Uncle Gordon, they have said pretty much of what I wanted to say in terms of what Dr. Hakim was alluding to, or what he was insinuating in regard to as to the reason why self-determination and all of that stuff and Equatoria issue of self-determination should be included with alliances. But I want to say that, during the High Executive Council back then, during those days of those politics, the autonomous region politics, I do believe the time of those Ambrose Rigitig and those of Agri Jardin, or as Joseph Lagu and many more others. When Nimeri proposed that idea of Kokora, which he alluded to that Nimeri took advantage of it, well, actually, it is a matter of yes and no. And yes is the fact that, yes, he did took advantage of it, but it wasn't his idea in the first place. It is the ideas of Equatoria Sons politicians to come up with that idea. They propose it, and I can read a document or a book. And in fact, it recite where Joseph Lago was actually a mastermind of the Kokora itself, because he wrote a pamphlet alluding to the reason for Kokora proposals, that the Yang are so majority. Okay, that's one of his fears. And when they proposed this, they gave it to him in a meeting, but later on, Nimeri came and broke it, that this Kokora idea was not his idea, actually. The Equatorial politicians sold it to him, but he saw an advantage here, okay, because by the end of the day, the Northerners does not see us the same as them. So if there is anything they could do that can benefit them to keep them in power and divide us, they will do it. So Kokora brought division among us, actually. It divided us by region. And this is where you coming from by saying, I want self-determination. But there is no such thing before as Equatoria. It hadn't been for the politicians of Equatoria to propose this to Nimeri. And that's now that Uncle tried to correct you, saying that you identify by Equatoria as if it's your tribe, you see. But if it wasn't passed then, there would be no such thing as Equatoria today. And this is one of the things you people kind of missing out to point it, when it comes to that, the politics of those days. But yes, it plays a big role in today's problem, okay? This such thing as Equatoria, it plays a problem in today's politics. And I'm glad that they got rid of that Equatoria thing, though people are saying it, we have only 10 states. Equatoria doesn't exist. And another point, the other part of Baragazal region who joined in that Kokora idea, I'm trying to say that they did it unknowingly, though it was the politics of the time then. a lot of people are not politically conscious at the time for them to really understand the effect of this coconut thing. But they did it for the sake of the Equatoria people, that they see that if we do this, it may unite us. But really, on another scale, it divides us. And that's what I see. So that's why I came up here to say that that is a confused device used by Nemeri to bring among us. But as far as your self-determination concern and why you want to remove the government, hey, it is all up to you. A good thing is a country is good to be liberated rather than it's given, because if you don't know the price was given for it, everybody can rebel and you will have a hard time trying to govern those, because it was given free. As others say, that South Sudan is given free, but we ask ourselves, is it free? What we all went through, all of us, is it free? So thank you, Uncle Edward.
Yeah, thank you, Jamus. Actually, before I pass the line to Dr. Hakim, this comment to you, Jamus, actually, thank you for coming up and you calling me Uncle Edward. And actually, I have listened to your video, your audio. The comment actually you did in Aparag, I think, was last week, asking King to cut my head and Emmanuel Ejawi, Pagana Mum, Tamakol. Is that true? Is that your voice or is not yours? Jamus.
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
I was saying, are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I was saying you actually calling me your uncle, and actually I was listening to your audio statement last week. Actually, you calling Yang to cut my head. In addition to Lamagol, Emmanuel Ejawin, Victor Tunyaba, Pagan, Rotkungo. Is that true?
Maybe you're mistaken, but I will accept. I say yes. But go revise that audio again.
So how are you going to do it?
Probably.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I know your real name, Jamus? What your real name? My real name is Edward. What your real name? Because when I meet you in the field, so I can talk to you. Why you go down? Come up. Why are you being coward? Come up. I want to know your real name. Jamus, come up. I want to know your real name. My real name is called Edward Achiek. What is your real name?
ده مشكلة جنوب السودان يا وزارة يا ويل يا
أيوة دقيقة كيف دكتور أيوة خليه يقول ما أنت you are threatening me. I want to know your real name before we give line to Victor.
But first you have to understand. Go and find out who actually made the threat, and if you find out who that is, if it's my voice, then I will come and tell you.
Mariachi can have the mic. I don't have any problem with that. But as you say, that when we meet on the ground. So I want to know your real name. You are using fake name now. I told you my real name. What is your real name? Can you tell me? I want to know, because when I meet you, I would know this is Jamus. So I can deal with you man to man.
You should try and unblock myself here. Hold on.
The problem, Dr. Hakim, go ahead. You will not answer my question. Javan. Yeah. It is all, if you are threatening somebody, tell him your real name. You know, using fake name, okay, let's put our real name. Ma is a threat. No matter what is all, it will go man to man, and then we will deal to ourselves. Can I feel my reality? Yeah, I feel my. No,
سميت الفيديو ده
تيجي عندك تعليق قبل ما تقول دكتور حكيم لين move forward. أنا كنت داير جاموس لأنه عمل threat وعشان كده بس يأكد يعني. وأنا داير أعرف اسمه real name بتاعه منو. ما قدام جنوبين هنا using fake name ما كويس. Yeah.
شكرا باشمهندس actually لانه جزء من اداره الندوه انا ما كنت عايز اتكلم هسه او اسمع لكن Gordon I think raised one of the important questions that I was going to ask him in regard to the issue of federalism because right now South Sudan is not a federalist state. I heard people in government circles and some government supporters are saying, you know, the country is federalist. No, that's nonsense. People should not try to, you know, help people through other unfair ways. There is no federal system in Sudan, in South Sudan. So now, like, what I would like to add to what Gordon, I think, mentioned that to Dr. Hakim when he comes to answer the question. Suppose Salva Kiir and his regime is removed, and then we have transitional government, or after that we have an elected government, because any transitional government has no mandate, you know, to act on major issues like self-determination or so forth. So only an elected government can take major decision because they are elected by the people, and then it will go through second process. Now, if the real federal system is implemented in the country, like the one that we have in the US, whereby each state elect their governor, you know, you dissolve national police, you dissolve national prisons, you dissolve national fire brigade, because that is absurd. I haven't heard that, you know, you have an inspector general direct fire brigade. But let us assume that all those things were abolished, and then police, prison, and other, you know, institutions becomes state affairs, you know, like what we have in the US here. And then only coinage, national army, and state security give it a different nomenclature, not the national security of Sudan and now Salva Kiir, but you can have a different nomenclature with a specific mandate. And customs. Will that satisfy you, Dr. Hakim, and your organization that, okay, now at least, you know, we have a federal system whereby you can govern yourself with no interference from central government. Also, now you can have complete say over your state, you know, including the issues of cattle that is roaming around. Because now you have to say, okay, you have the right not to allow any cattle from any state to come and roam around in Equatoria, you know, without proper supervision or, you know, rules and regulations. Now, if proper federal system is implemented in the South, will that satisfy you to drop the idea of self-determination for Equatoria region or secession for Equatorial region? Thank you very much. Maybe if I have further questions later on, I'll come. Shukran.
Yeah, shukran. Dr. Hakim, let me give the last question to Kalaman. Then we are not taking any question again. Kalaman, as your question will be the last question.
Alright, shukran, Edward. طبعا كلام لا is my real name. ما زي جاب a fake name. Thank you, Edward, for giving me the chance. Again, I'm here to speak as an Equatorian. I'm not going to speak, you know, apart from what is really paining me as an Equatorian. You know, sincerely speaking, I support the separation. Support the separation based on some reason that I'm really getting disappointed with. First of all, we hear a lot here that, you know, Equatorians are Ugandan. We've been called Ugandan many, many times.
coming down. Okay? No, just this mobile thing is coming down. Okay. Right? Yeah. Mobile thing is coming down. Wow. Okay. Of course, Equatorians were part of the liberation of South Sudan. And actually, the foundation of separate South Sudan. They forgot someone like Samson Kwaje, who has been the spokesperson of the SPLA since 1994 to 2005, 11 years being a spokesperson of the SPLA. And yet he has been called in Uganda. Again, and they forgot someone like Wani Iga. Yeah.
We lost your voice, Clement. Clement, we are not hearing you, please, because the time is running. Clement.
Sometimes I get surprised at the time they never for Juba when and where. I know very well when I was living in Juba, I left Juba in 1989. There were few Dinkas in Juba, very few Dinkas, and I can count them. Even in my area, Melekia, there was no any single family that Dinka in Melekia, my own area, until 1985. Mafi Dinka and Kola Wahid. You go to Atlabarra, all those areas, Tajuba, there's no Dinka. Then people are now coming here, getting the further dump for Juba, and they said, Marva, dump the Jaimin when. So those small things are the one, annoying me, particularly, and annoying many Equatorians that are now calling for separation, including Hakim and the others. So for me, I've said it many times to the separatists. When you see the percentage the Equatorians who are really want to separate, you'll find 90% the Equatorians want to separate. And these are the Equatorians that I speak because I know a lot of Equatorians. I've been in the Equatorian community for many years, over 26 years, living, serving the Equatorian community. And I know many Equatorians, from America, Canada, everywhere in this world, I know them. 90% of Equatorians are really supporting the separation. Now, based on this, the mistreatment that we are receiving now, based on the insult that we are receiving now, my major concern with the separation, with the separatists, and my question goes directly to Hakim. Hakim, you'll find some of your members that who the separation, who are calling for separation to Equatoria, they will come here and insult and calling us, in the Zata Equatoria, and they're calling us the girl we are cowards. How are you going to deal with this individual, Hakim? Because when you're calling your own, and it's all you rally, and bring them, and behind you, encourage them, campaign. Shanigur Maxawa, now you're calling them coward. These are cowards Equatorian. How are you going to deal with these guys, Hakim? That's one question. The another question, Hakim, in this movement or in this calling that you're calling, you need an ally. People who can ally with you. Zemakan Hazal Fizam the Kokora. It was not only Equatorians who brought the Kokora. There are some people like Finasmin Bahar Ghazal, Finasmin Apanite supported the Kokora. How are you going to ally with other regions like Nasa,
Upper Nile, Venus, Rural Nile, they are calling for separation. How are you going to ally with them? What are the strategies that you can use to convince them so that you can work together? I should give you achieve this issue of separation. Now this thing, South Sudan is now becoming, it's a curse to many of us, and it's now annoying, and it's really disappointing for some of us who have really lived there and have seen how people have struggled to get South Sudan. So thank you, Hakim. Thank you, Edward, for giving me the chance.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, before I pass the line to Dr. Hakim, let me make this comment. That just simple comment to all South Sudanese national guide for social media, especially NASA في clubhouse. أنا داير كل قبائل بتاعنا في جنوب السودان let pay attention, especially even to Jiang, because some of their sons that are destroying actually character بتاع Jiang. I want Goran, you are here. الناس اللي عاملين threat للناس بيشتموا they are hiding their identity. انت ممكن تشتم في ناس وتكرس الحرب وانت زول جبان كوت ما قادر تقول صورة بتاعك ما قادر تاخد اسم بتاعك الكامل عشان انا نعرفك عشان انت نمون زول يلاقيك بيعرف انه فعلا زول ده انا عندي معه مشكلة قال عنده مشكلة معي as a person. Let's pay attention and we should not encourage الحاجة دي. خليه يكون حاجة لأن هذا واحد زي ما ذكر دكتور حكيم قبل شوية ده واحد من المشاكل في السوشيال ميديا لكل القبائل. لو في تشولو في زاندي في بادي في لاتوك الناس زي ده في كلاب هاوس inciting for wars نحن we should not side up مع ناس زي ده because they are destroying our communities and also social fabric. وده ضمن الحاجات اللي بخلي حكيم والكلام اللي قاله قبل شوية كلمن وناس جبنا ما خاتين اسامي بتاعهم وما خاتين pictures بتاعهم و they are hiding و they are inciting war. So لو نحن دايرين جنوب السودان يكون متماسك يظل وطن let us encourage اي زول يقدر يقول كلام be a man put your real name put your picture عشان انا زارو كايدوت بعرف انه فعلا كان انا لقيت فلان ده يا زول عندي معه مشكله even we can deal we can sort it out between ourselves as man to man ما محتاج لقبيله كامل يعني. So Doctor, I have to make this comment لأنه أنا استمعت لفيديو في السوشيال ميديا الصوت بتاع جاموس وأنا قلت people should regard لكن برضو some people are taking it serious لأنه you cannot inside باسم قبيلة بتاع دينكا وإنت تاخد قبيلة كله في threat and social also will pay attention زي ما قبائل تانا they will be at alert اللي إنه we are threat وده كلام بتاع القبيلة كله which is it could be ده كلام بتاع ناس some criminal actually they are benefited من their messages بتاعهم وال activities بتاعهم ده in the name of tribes. So let's try to correct الحاجة دي. وأنا I still demanding جاموس be a man put your real name and put your picture and then come and talk in social media. I will know who actually threatening me. Then I will know this is the man actually. So Dr. Hakim, go ahead answer the question and then we go to Dr.
معلش ايدو بس كان نزل حاجه بسيط دقيقه واحد بس حاجه بسيط معلش هو طبعا كلام حقيقي يا ايدو حتى الصوره اللي اصلا قاعد ده صورتي الحقيقي صورته يوم السبت اللي فات ده في هيرس في ملبورن وين ده then another striking information when I was there another lady came and asked me قال في زول جاء هنا if Melbourne was asking you قال Clement the guy وين and this guy I know him he with us here هو معنا في clubhouse I know him he was asking قال Clement the guy وين شوف الكلام ده this is one Equatorian telling me قال شيء اعمل حسابك and I'm warning you and I know him. This is another information I do it. Thank you.
No, shukran. It's good we brought them out here. عشان الناس يعلموا هنا what differences between ideas we should not take it to target ourselves. لأنه ده حاجة ما كويس يعني. Let's take notes and comment on it all of us. Dr. Hakim, you can answer the question, sir.
يا شكرا brother Edward. أنا بشكر كل المتحدثين الناس أسألوا أسئلة وقدموا أسئلة وده كلها أسئلة يعني وجيهة في بعض الأحيان وبعض الأسئلة وهو تكرار لكلام إحنا already addressed, and maybe the best thing would be في link كده بتاع YouTube where I've got a clip, about 20 minutes clip. ممكن تقدر تشارك يا أخ Edward for people to have the link so that they can, in their own time, they can visit this YouTube channel and then they can listen to that clip, which gives a very comprehensive background as to what we're addressing here. ده نمرة واحد. نمرة اتنين عاوز ارجع باختصار شديد للسؤال بتاع brother Clement about alliances. Who do you ally with to you know to be successful in your approach on this issue?
Dr. Hakim, the link is up here. I pin it up there.
Okay, good, very good. Yeah. Clement, the alliance model is actually what we presented in our union shared sovereignty model. احنا بنقول انه you know, we are talking directly to the different you know, sort of like social groups. عندك مثلا Western بحر الغزال, عندك Greater Pibor, عندك the Cholo, عندك the Nuer, عندك the Jeng, and so on. So we're offering it in a public you know, sort of debate. We have presented a paper for conference in Manchester University, and also recently when I was invited to speak at Oxford University as part of a one-day conference on the future of South Sudan and the elections and so on. فأنا اتكلمت في الموضوع ده تكرارا ومرارا يعني. So some of the questions will probably be best addressed in referring to those conversations. في link for website recently for a conference that took place on the 2nd of November. وبعدين a whole link which Edward shared here, a conference that we presented a paper in back in 2021. فده ممكن بيقدر يديكم some background to be informed about the subject first, and then you can be in position to ask more informed questions. So فإحنا بنطرح فكرة بتاعت التحالف بين كل المجتمعات المكونات الاجتماعية ده، أنه إحنا في النهاية sovereignty is vested in them, right? The sovereignty inheres in the people. And our people, as we defined it, we define our people to be Equatorians. They come from different, you know, communities, social groups. Like in they are characterized by having forged themselves a sense of identity. They refer to themselves as Equatorians. And this is the product of a long process of history. وأنا حاجة أتكلم فيه برضه باختصار. So we are reaching out by exposing this model. We are initiating this conversation, this discussion with our different social groups in South Sudan. That you, the people, the sovereignty inheres in you, but your state has been hijacked. فأنتوا المفروض كشعب كويس عندكم inalienable right. Let's all work together on the foundation of the rights that belong to all of us. And we recognize each other. If the governments, the elites don't want to recognize, but we should, as a people to people, we can avoid conflicts among ourselves because it is us, the people, who are going to be engaged in wars. We want to avoid those wars. It's better that we take a more, you know, peaceful approach, that dialogue, getting to know what each social group wants from South Sudan. You know, how do we live together? How can we peacefully coexist with each other? You know, this is a modern state, a construct that we have never used in our immemorial time, but we're being brought together now to forge something called a state, you know, that fits with the, you know, modern way of life, right? But now, does this state actually meet our expectations? Does it fulfill our needs? So should we resolve these issues by conflict, by wars, by fighting each other, to impose a unitary state? But just because, you know, somehow there are states that are unitary and therefore any dictator can jump onto the leadership and do whatever they like. Our state should be different. It should satisfy our needs. It's not the other way around. The state is not created for us to be enslaved by it. Rather, the state is a reflection of us, the people. عشان كده احنا بنقول انه we put the people first. We put the people first. If there are people who do not want this, it's up to them. But we're preaching this. If كان مشينا بقى الطريق بقى مسدود, okay, at the end of the day, it's our destiny. We need to preserve our existence. And if it takes, if it takes having to fight and resist oppression and protect your existence, so be it. معناه احنا رجعنا في the state of nature, right? In as far as different social groups are concerned. That's where we're going back to. If we don't want to resolve issues peacefully by consent, then the only other option is war. And who wants to, حتى انت لو كنت عايش في الغابة, okay, if you are attacked, you will fight back. But if you are not attacked, you will not fight back. So it's best that we talk to each other. We want to exit this failed state. This system is dysfunctional, it's corrupt, it's not working for us. The state should be working for us. So المبدأ المبدئية, this is where we can reach consensus. If we talk to each other as people. لأنه people ده هم من يهو authority, هم من يهو the source of legitimacy, the source of power. But the elites have hijacked the state. So let's defer back to the people where sovereignty inheres. ده كل ما في الأمر. That if the Cholo do not regard themselves as sovereign people, then that is their issue. Or if the Jeng don't want to look at themselves as sovereign people, that's their issue. But we Equatorians, we have a history. And we look at ourselves as a nation. And we have inalienable rights. So, you also collectively, you cannot allow other external forces to negate your existence, to take you out of existence. انت ما ممكن ترضى الكلام. Then you are going to fight. That's going to be imposed on you. You have to fight because the war is imposed on you. But if there were people who listen, then they will recognize that you have inalienable rights, the same rights that belong to them. So we need to reach a consensus about how we want to live and coexist. ده هو المبدأ. إذا كان اتفقنا على المبدأ ده, we will find allies. And like I said, في البروبوزل أنا قدمته في الكونفرنس ده, أنا خطيت مثلا إيكواتوريا وجريتر بيبول وويسترن بحر الغزال. أنا بشوف إنه these are social groups that have, affinity in their cultures, in their traditions, and so on. They could, stand up together and be a force to reckon, not because they are against anybody, because they want to exist. They want to preserve their existence. So, if the people of Western Bahr al-Ghazal do not like this idea, then it's up to them. But we are saying you have got a right to self-determination. You can decide whether you want to be part of Equatoria or you want or not, or you can be part of the alliance or not, as a people. Likewise, the people of Greater People. And I will now come back to, because واحد كان يتكلم عنه قال ليه قال انت بتمشي تشيل كده سايد بس من أبرنال تشيل Greater People وانه مكان تشيل جينج برضه لانه مكان جزء بتاع الاستوائية وما ادري. Okay, we are saying sovereignty inheres people, and we recognize the right to self-determination of all of these different social groups. If the Nuer or even the people of Greater People, the Murle, right, are free to sit down, decide, and participate in constitutional process or some kind of, exercising political power, and their right to self-determination, which is inalienable, they can decide that they want to be back and be, have a shared destiny with the people of Equatoria. After all, they hail from Equatoria, right? They hail from Equatoria. So why would they be stopped? Who is going to, في حاجة بيسموه Upper Nile State that has the consent of the people of all of Upper Nile عشان يكون يفرض وصايا على people that Greater People? No, it's a matter of inalienable rights that belong to these people. They are free to decide where they might decide that they want to stay with Upper Nile. They don't want to join Equatoria. That's their problem. That's their decision. نفس الحاجة اللي الناس بتاعت وسم بحر الغزال. فده المنطق انه في شنو احنا عاوزين نمشي لمستقبل افضل. We want to go to a better future and we can go together and we can leverage our alliance to stand together for these principles so that we can be viable كده وبالوضوح على ملأ. Let all South Sudanese hear this and know that this is a better model, because otherwise we are left with the option to fight it out among ourselves. Like somebody was saying, الواحد ما شجاع حتى يدور قالوا قول اسمك منو, your true name, but he was saying you have to fight it out, blah blah blah, all of this. So you can see this is a problem that we're facing in South Sudan. يعني ده حسب يدعي انه هو مثقف كويس وربما هو is one of the advisors to the president, or he might be getting money from the Nile Pay, right? So you can't trust. There is no trust among us. حتى احنا نقول احنا we are educated and whatnot and so on. You have your loyalties to your tribe. You don't have your loyalty to something called South Sudan, but you can use South Sudan as an excuse to cover up, to hide yourself and your scheming behind it. But you have a separate agenda. This is what Salva Kiir is doing. He's recruiting a tribal army, looting public resources in the name of South Sudan. And he will claim that he is not a tribalist. ده الحاصل. احنا عاوزين حرية للشعب بتاعتنا. والاستوائية بنتمنى انه الشعب بتاعتنا في upper Nile برضه يكونوا يتمتعوا بحريات بتاعتهم بدون زخم وضوء فوضى وقتل والى اخره. Why is the system afraid of the voice of the people? Why do you think they are not allowing freedom of expression in South Sudan? Because they don't want you to enjoy your rights. حاولنا جبنا قوانين اللي بيساهم مثلا to promote freedoms. They don't want. قال امشي اشنق نفسك في الشجر. We only have bullets. Don't demonstrate. There's no freedom of expression. So that's the system that we're living under. Authoritarian in this day and age. واحنا عند افضل ناس ممكن يقدروا يحركوا الدنيا ده يشتغلوا كويس للخدمه بتاعت الشعب. Why should we waste our time in a project that is not working? So anyway, I'll leave that. I want to come to Gordon. Gordon said something about the shared history. Yes, Equatoria does have a shared history. Equatoria was never South Sudan. Equatoria was never part of Sudan. ما هو أنا ممكن أرجع لك وفي بعض المراجع. The first governor of Equatoria was Samuel Baker, right? Under the Turkish system. وزمن that Equatoria was not part of Sudan. Equatoria became formally, effectively part of Sudan in 1910. Like from 1874 or 1878, when Baker was appointed by Khidewi in Egypt to be the governor of Equatoria, right? Where was South Sudan at that time? كان في حاجة بيسموه South Sudan؟ ما كان في حاجة بيسموه Equatoria or Sudan. Those were the two entities that were known. There was a governor for Equatoria and there was a governor for Sudan. For a long period of time, three successive governors that governed in Equatoria. واحد منهم اسمه أمين باشا. واحد منهم اسمه Gordon Charles. دول كله جو بعد Baker. And Equatoria was, at the time, was under the purview or oversight of the Belgium state. And who كمستعمرة بتاعت Belgium. As part of the Free State for DRC. So effectively, only when the British took over and decided to integrate Equatoria with the Sudan, that was then the time when there was now one governor of Sudan. And then Equatoria became a province of Sudan from then on. And the process of integration as being a province of Sudan is started. This is what history says. You cannot dispute that. Zamadak, Upper Nile was probably, you just go to the history. I don't want to make things up, but you can refer to history. Just read and inform yourself about the history. عشان كده احنا بنقول انه Equatoria عنده تجربة تاريخية was forged as an administrative entity and then it started to forge, this identity. People who were administered together for a long period of time. And then this administration created some kind of process of integration among the different social groups in Equatoria. وبعد ذاك when the British decided to integrate Equatoria to become part of Sudan in 1910 في أجزاء بتاعت إيكواتوريا ضموا له شنو؟ ضموا له يوغندا أخذ مناطق زي كله كويس؟ ده كله كان جزء بتاعت استوائية دي مناطق استوائية. And even there was an article written by Bonner in his reflections about the colonial time. ما كان قالوا عنه شنو؟ قال الاستوائية ده كان عاوز يضموا له هنا لكينيا ولا يضموا له يوغندا. قال the British were wondering what to do with the Jeng. I have references on this, which Bonner himself actually made a video clip and talked in that video. So the point here is that Equatoria was not South Sudan. South Sudan was neither Equatoria. So Equatoria was part of the Turkish Empire. And it came under the rule of the Khadawi in Egypt. When the Turkish Empire collapsed, all the territories that were under the Turkish Empire were being considered for becoming separate states. Like in the case of Equatoria, it was instead integrated into Sudan. The people of Equatoria were not even consulted. So it became a province of Sudan. And from then on, even في أجزاء بتاعت بحر الغزال, Western بحر الغزال, for example, were probably all part of Equatoria at that time. Maybe even some areas.
For sure, Dictor. Just I want to continue. Include even for sure, by then, for sure, the can't use before Berlin conference. Yes.
Yes, exactly. And for sure, that has to also have a claim.
Also, be part of Barghazal if you are talking about that era.
Yes. So for sure, could have a claim to a status as a nation on its own, or as a state. Right? Because it was known as such. في حاجة بيسموه Equatoria, في Fasoda, and so on. Right? These were administrative blocks, administrative units that started to emerge. And the different, colonial powers. فأنت ما ممكن تيجي تقول لي هنا شنو البيئات ما يستوعبين سوا. البيئات ما يستوعبين سوا يا whole administration that was set up since 1874. 39 years. 39 years, Equatoria existed separately, not being part of South Sudan. South Sudan did not exist at that time. It was only Sudan. Like I said, the governor in Khartoum and the governor in Equatoria, those were two separate entities. So Equatorians have a claim to a territory, to a government, to call for a separation, to have their own separate state, informed by history. We are the product of history. And now this entity, Equatoria, since becoming merged into Sudan and so on, is losing that history, is starting to lose that history under the guise of South Sudan. South Sudan is a recent development. South Sudan started to make in 1936 or something like that, when with the Close Districts Act, including even Nuba areas and some parts of Darfur. Like in Equatoria preceded that, existed as an entity with a governor, its own governor. Charles Gordon, I think, was the last governor of Equatoria. Amin Pasha, I can't be exact, again, I think it was Charles who was the governor of Equatoria. Ubaldo, governor of Sudan, Kambarao, then you would conceive of these as two states, the only states that were part of the colonial system at the time. عشان كده احنا بنقول انه شنو The heritage بتاعتنا كاستوائية. We are the product of history, the product of processes of history that forged us into being known as Equatorians. We had our own flag, we had our own administration, we had our own عاصمة. حتى وقت الزمن بتاعت المهدية والحرب اللي كان جاري في السودان كويس. People were taking refuge in Equatoria. There is a story of a German who had to flee Sudan and take refuge in Equatoria. He came and stayed in Ladwenkley. Go to Wikipedia ولا قراية ده بتلقى الاسم شنو الريكوردز ده. So there was a dilemma as to where to put Equatoria, that the other Nilotic tribes, may not coexist with Equatorians. Land Equatorians agriculturalists, and so they were looking to annex Equatoria to Kenya or to Uganda. Like in the end, Equatorians did not have the chance to influence decision making by the powers that be at that time. So they ended up becoming a province of Sudan, and then they triggered Rubama Land Wujuta, the Equatorial Corps, which was now forming an army established by the British for whatever purpose or consideration. In the end, anyway, it was this Equatorial Corps that rebelled in the end. And that triggered this process, the struggle of now trying to create a nation out of South Sudan. Because, of course, there was this strong sense of Pan-Africanism in Africa with the liberation movements. But the Anyanyas also, saw that, after all, we're one people. We are Africans. We are the ones who are being dominated. Slavery, we became the victim of slavery and all of this. So it made sense that we stood together and we struggled against the Arabs. And that is what Equatorial leaders did. They stood together with their brothers and sisters in Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, to fight the Arabs. That's where the origin of South Sudan came from. It was even wrong for the leaders of the Anyanya to call themselves South Sudanese. They should have stuck to the guns and said, we are Equatorians. All of these territories can also be Samukan Istua'i. Equatoria preceded South Sudan as a state. Instead, it was the British policy that created South Sudan, because we are now just a province of Sudan. And then we accept South Sudan to be our identity. Instead, Equatoria should have been our identity. The Anyanya leaders should have said that we have a state. Our people have not been consulted. So we should liberate Equatoria. And then these other, regions of Southern Sudan at the time would have not objected to join the struggle in the name of Equatoria, because Equatoria existed as a state, a pseudo-state, right? Lakin we went for Southern Sudan or for South Sudan. It's something which is brought from outside. We were never part of Sudan, but we were annexed to Sudan. And then now we accepted the idea of being South Sudanese, south of another country. Effectively, that's what it is. Our identity is that we are south of another country. Our identity is being South Sudanese. We like as if we don't have an identity. My Equatorians, it's better that I define myself as an Equatorian. At least it's a separate state, rather than to look at myself from the perspective of being south of another country. Just direction. Even Equatoria itself is a direction. لكن ده كان المفروض يحصل يعني تلاهم شعبي to discover and identify ourselves, not just to identify ourselves as being south of another country. So فالمهم دي فيما يتعلق بشاهد history. لما عاوز تتكلم عن corruption يا جودو، يعني انت ما قاعد تقرا century reports وانت ما بتقرا التريس بتاعت الكوربشن ده عليك. هلا الناس منو بيملكوا جنوب السودان، الشركات بتاعتها الى اخره. مش اسره بتاعت سالفا كير. Have you not read the recent report بتاعت كيردوم? Some people actually commented that the destruction about attack on Isim Shunuda or Akolkurra was to divert attention from the story and narrative that Kirdom, because many issues were raised in this kingdom to the extent that the so-called government issued a statement to protest, and complain that this report is false, and so this is just political, political scheming and all of that, right? And then they probably went and brought up this issue of Okolkur to distract attention, to forget about Kirdo, you see? So I think you are well advised to read the century. You talked about some people commented on housing, يعني مثلا corruption they should be done in an academic way إلى آخره. It's under a charitable organization, century, which promotes rights, human rights, transparency, abuses of power, illicit networks, that corruption and so on, which actually impedes on the quality of life and the standards of living of the people of South Sudan, right? These are institutions that have published extensive reports, and they have resources, they have access to information that few of us would have. So they are doing a service for our people. Why don't you go and read those reports and convince yourself? You said I was only just talking about 2 individuals or 3 individuals, and that there are also Equatorians and so on and so forth. But that's a job for Central Reports. At least they are doing something about it, right? But the majority of those who own those businesses, those who are involved in corruption, they hail from one community. Just go and read the reports. Do you find a lot of Shuluks there? Do you find Equatorians there? Do you find, Mabanese people there? Do you find Anuak? Who are those looting the country? The generals. And the generals say that they liberated South Sudan. And they are all from one ethnic community. And they have tribal armies. Those are the people who have access to resources. They are looting those resources. Haramiya kullu. Maybe it's a value, a cultural value for, these communities, people who hail from these communities to love corruption so much. People out hajat readiness. They spend no effort. They want to be millionaires and billionaires just out of nothing. Why would we want to be part of such a system? Why should we not speak against it? We have liberated you. We have liberated us in order for our resources to enslave us? No, of course not. So that's really what I would probably say about corruption, central reports, Kirdom, and there are lots of other reports there about, for example, the exploitation of gold in Capoeira, in Lauro. By the way, Lauro is my territory. I come from there. That's where my father hails from. Okay? There are lots of companies, who have been sent there, including one which was owned by, is actually owned by members of the family of Kir. في general ده اللي توفى كان من هنا بيسمونه ده. He has got a company there, working with some Kenyans and so on. And even this idea of now trying to set up an international airport Gulf Torit. عشان يكون يجيبوا Chinese هناك ينزلوا يمشي يشيلوا resources بتاعتنا and then fly out from Torit directly, كده. So these projects are just for looting the resources and maintaining themselves in power. That's what it is. So we have got a lot of work to do with our people to recognize and realize what's happening, what's going on under this system that care for Juba. And we cannot be part of it. And then there is Quar. I think, no, there was another question on GPA. I think I responded to that. GPA.
Yeah, I think you finished trying to summarize, Doctor. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I've got like Quar, ethno-federalism, whether this is ethno-federalism or not. I think we can address this some other time. I don't want to spend my time with this. It's just, this is a distraction. This gentleman, you should probably go and read a little bit more about the context of South Sudan, the conflicts that we have, and then you inform yourself accordingly, or read some of my references, and then you can come back well informed. The other question was Kokora supported by people from Equatoria, but yeah, I agree. You know, I did not say that there were no people who supported Kokora in Equatoria or Bahawazar. This is a mute point. Yeah, I think I'll stop here, Brother Edward. I really appreciate you giving airtime for EPA to bring out some of the contentious issues. I know there has been, like, you know, back and forth. Probably many people wanted to interject or you know, contribute. But of course, this is just a start. You know, it's a start. It's the start of the conversation. We have to be truthful, honest, and open about the situation that we live under in South Sudan. How do we get out of it? It's the challenge for all of us. It's not only for us, but it's also for you. We're trying to find understanding, to reach out, to be understood, to appreciate that these issues cut across all of us, and then we can recognize that we actually need each other because we all want to enjoy those rights that belong to us. So I think on that note, I'll stop here, Edward, and I appreciate the voice of the people for finally, you know, doing what it's called, to try to promote dialogue. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, right. There was a question from you, Peter.
Yes. Let me. Sorry. Maybe.
Yeah. I think I remember the question now. It's just rattling and all of that. So.
You remember? No, you want me to repeat it. So I got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Let me.
So. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. My question was in regard to federalism. You know, like I said, South Sudan is a unitary state whereby decision, not only unitary, but decisions made by one body. But just to cut it short, if South Sudan, after the clear regime is gone, and you have a democratic system in the country, and people agree on federalism, whereby you dismantle national police, national prison, with the exception of national army that to be rebuilt on a scientific basis. And then customs, of course, is going to be national. And then security is going to be national. However, federating units, states can have their own security. You elected governor who is answerable to its people, not to the center, like what we have in the US, very strong federal system, whereby you can monitor borders of your state. Those marauding cattle owners cannot just bring their cattle, go and cause havoc in your state, whereby you have clear definition of function or authority of each federating unit. Will your organization still insist on the idea of self-determination for South Sudan, or you will up now, okay, at least 60% of your demands have been satisfied. Now you can rule yourself, and also you have a chance, you know, to rule the whole country, maintain your culture, maintain your identity, etc., etc. Will that satisfy you? You know, for instance, yeah, okay, now we can go along because now we have full federal system. There's no one person who is, you know, usurping all powers. That's one. And the second question, maybe you might have answered it earlier, but just in case, suppose after the fall of regime, because now you are seeking peaceful referendum for secession, you know, not through any other means. But history teaches us that, particularly in the third world, secession does not come through referendum without boots on the ground. In case all those options fails, is your organization ready, for instance, to put boots on the ground and fight for independence of Equatoria? Maybe I will just stop here because also it's getting late for you in Europe. These are the only two questions for now. Thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah, thank you. I think on the last point, I said that we're kind of kicking off this kind of conversation to help enlighten the public, point out pitfalls, what is the hurdle, what could be potentially dangerous for us all, the loss of life through, killing each other and so on, for no real benefit. And it might be better for us to avoid it. That's what, at least in theory, that's what we're saying. But that does not distract us from recognition of the realities in third world countries or in Africa, for that matter, like you said. It's just probably because of ignorance. But that doesn't mean that we should not try come with a model that could serve as a blueprint, which would address this issue where it has never been tried before. You have to come with different ways of modes of thinking, so like say, okay, if we follow the model of saying, okay, this is the reality in Africa, let's have boots on the ground, that's the only thing. So we are actually adding a lot more to conflict, to violence, to shedding blood, right? We are all bloodthirsty. We can't sit down and discuss things and reach to conclusions and solutions peacefully. So which means that we always resort to fighting, right? And that is what is keeping us behind. That's what is destroying Africa, because we are not used to peaceful solutions. We have adopted, maybe modern Western concepts of, fighting and violence and all of that, right? We don't have our own ways of resolving these issues peacefully for our own benefit, for our own peaceful coexistence. So it's up to the people to judge and see what's the best, but that is not going to remove the option for us to preserve our existence, because we consider this as a threat to our existence as a people, as a nation. And that means, you have to protect yourself. You need to have boots on the ground. Even right now, right today, we need to have boots on the ground so that nobody comes to Equatoria and kills people with impunity and gets away with it, right? But right now, I'll call for Equatorians to take up arms to protect themselves and fight these incursions and, atrocities against our people and abuse of our land. I don't have qualms about it, right? Because who gives the authority of the monopoly of violence? Who has a monopoly of violence in South Sudan? Do they have a legitimate right to kill, murder, and commit atrocities against our people? Be it SSPDF, be it Dinka, militia from Bor that are marauding in Equatoria. What legitimacy do they have? They are using brute force, and they are in the state of nature. And you have to, in the state of nature, you have to preserve your existence. So we would have to preserve our existence. Simple. Mafi issue. Mafi nin talata. So that they also tested. The bullets will penetrate them just like as much as the bullets that they fire towards us. And this is the state of nature. So boots on the ground, yes, boots on the ground. Yeah, but with the other issue of this hypothetical, scenario or narrative that you're providing, if this, I think let's not be hypothetical, because there are fundamental issues. The reason why we're having to consider these drastic steps is simply because we have assessed and evaluated that the chances of successful, peaceful consent emerging in the midst of all of this failed state, in the midst of all of this lack of social fabric, communities fighting each other and so on and so forth, might not work out. People may misunderstand, the self or rather federalism itself, because it could be seen as an excuse, like a truce, so that you can resume later. I think our position would be, let's give the people the freedom, because this is a protection for them, and a protection for people to consent to each other, right? So the right to self-determination is a mechanism of consent, so that if someone wants to be the majority, we can pull the trigger, say, okay, our people would have this right and they would exercise it. You have no right to stop us from exiting this model. So guarantees, the right to self-determination guarantees. The better model, in my view, would be to have a union state and then from there progress towards a federal system. Because you would have first of all created a system that brings all of you together. You start to coexist, you start to get used to, making political decisions, and try that the system works very well. You start to build trust, you start to exchange benefits and so on. And then from there, you can progressively move towards a federal system, for example. If it has any benefits, like say, for example, say the 3 regions. لما كنا عندنا coordination office to Equatoria, coordination office to Bahr al-Ghazal, coordination office to Upper Nile. Okay? So it is a relationship at an arm's length. We have tried it. We have tried this model. So we could try this model and then see if it works fine. We are now used to, nobody is going to want to jump to somebody's rights and or encroach upon their territories, their rights. خلاص بعدك بكون مع الزمن طورنا نظام ممكن نسق فيه ونمشي لقدام بعدك. But your conditions, your preconditions are that you have to first of all guarantee these rights, and then only you can start to look at where you're headed from there, and allow room for you to preserve your existence. Right? Like at the end of the day, ultimately it's the people. احنا برضو في استوائية الشعب الاستوائي هو حيقرر يقول كلمة بتاعته. Right? الشعب الاستوائي حيقول كلمة بتاعته. And that's what we want. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, شكرا. دكتور رودم طبعا جاء فوق لانه قبل دكتور حكيم يتقول شوية في الطريقة اللي انت جاوبت السؤال بتاعه. طبعا you neglected to قدر يمشي let him go and educate himself. برضو جوردن عنده comment لكن كده ندي دكتور بعدك نجي لجوردن ده you make comment ونمشي لرجب يعمل comment بعدك we go to final session of the room. Doctor, go ahead. Dr. Rodom.
Thank you, Brother Edward. Dr. Hakim, I think we have to, discuss intellectually. You were my teacher, my lecturer, by the way, in University of Juba. I was in natural resources from 1985 to 87. And I was one of the activists of JUSA.
Oh, okay.
You may have forgotten.
Yeah, I probably did. Yeah, it was a long time. Good to connect.
Yeah. Also,
I said I have many students I taught in University of Juba. Many of them are in SPLM, SPLA, different positions, including Aguer, who worked at Nasrajabda, Mountfi, PCCA. Aguer was one of my students.
Anyway, I did not went to the bush, but I was dismissed in 87 among the students of the Student Union of John Cairo. So anyway, my question was concerning the type of regionalism. And I was thinking that if you are actually basing on tribal or actually regional sentiment, then it looked for me like an ethno-federalism which has actually failed in Ethiopia. And by the way, being a cadre or somebody who has actually went through a lot of philosophical and educational political studies. I was just trying to remind you that unity is a purpose for us. Let me give you an example. In the back days, we used to have JUSA and we used to have LISA, Juba University Southern Sudan Association, and liberal.
I remember that.
Yeah. So you can compare the way LISA was handling the politics of Sudan by then and the way JUSA united with Japa Demokratia, Kifa Talaba, and other political organizations to take the student union from the National Islamic Front, Omar Party, and DUP. And it was for the first time that JUSA could win the election of the Student Union University of Juba, only through the unity. And they have failed the idea of Islamization in South Sudan. So why at this moment you feel that we are totally defeated by the tribal government in South Sudan, which is based actually on tribalism? And I'm just telling you that you can also learn from a book written by Kwame Nkrumah, which is saying that building a united African socialist as the womb of capitalism. Why don't we build a united South Sudan as the womb of tribalism? You see? So by saying this, and actually with all credibility and the asset you have, I would have actually expected you to be a leading figure for the unity of South Sudan, to create an identity which is based on forging together all South Sudanese, not only Equatorians, forging together all the tribes, all 64 tribes you are mentioning. And we can make it because all other Africans, they manage. And the last example is Rwanda, which was in a genocide 1994. So my brother, when people come here and give opinion, I think we have to think in a brighter way of teaching a lot of people who are here in Clubhouse. These are young generation. Maybe some of them were born after the CPA. And we should be a leading figure for them for the unity. And let us not allow our emotion to defeat us. By saying this, thank you very much. This is what I wanted to say. This is the reason I came up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Gordon, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Edward. For the opportunity again. Yeah. Anyway, I think Kwar might have been my senior in University of Juba. I know Dr. Hakim, when I came to University of Juba, it was TA teaching natural resources, but I was in economics. Maybe if he see me, he might recognize me. In '87, when Mahmoud decided to suspend the university, I'm sure Hakim is aware exactly.
Yes, I know what happened.
It was that rally in Somali Hall, and I was one of the people who raised, question. I was in first year, but I came from high school as an activist, and that rally led to the suspension or closure of University of Juba, and from there I moved on and I went to University of Alexandria. So maybe Kwara, if I see Kwara, I may know him. I was not there for a long time, but I knew a lot of people, including Quilagwin. He was Secretary of Social Affairs, and we differ with him in distribution of dormitories. I'm sure if we meet, he will recognize me. So yeah, what I just want to say here, I think Kwar mentioned part of it, and what I just want to say is that Dr. Hakim, I can say that you are underperforming yourself, and also I want to acknowledge Rajab. Rajab was in Jusa by then. You know, we were in first year, if I'm not mistaken, with Kwelagwer. Hakim.
That is great. All of us up here, except Tito, I think we are graduate of Juba University. That is very great. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hakim, I think you are underperforming yourself. You know, you have a capacity to be a national leader, but for some reason you opted to be a leader of Equatoria. And I think, to me, that is, I can define it as underperforming your capacity. You have capacity to be a leader of South Sudan that can unify people. And I think Kwar mentioned that in a different way. And that is just a note. You don't take it with you, and you try to process it. Because leaders, nobody will come and tell you that you are capable of this. But you know what? It is you who can upgrade yourself or demote yourself. In terms of your comments in what I asked, I think Secretary report. I read all of them, and one of the members of that Secretary report, they might be in this room listening downstairs. Is my good friend. We were together in SPLM, and we worked together. So I read all the report. But the way I perceive it as something that needs to be tackled by South Sudanese together. Because if you go to any tribe, you will get people who are not satisfied with services that are being delivered by this government. At the same time, you will get people who are supporting it. And that is a normal thing. You will get people supporting this from even your own tribe. And if you go now to your village, the person who is going to arrest you and put you in blue house will be your own tribe. Therefore, that government is a government that needs to be approached inclusively by South Sudanese. And is going to be supported inclusively by other South Sudanese who are benefiting from that government. So personally, I read all the reports, and I think in one of the rooms, I think it was Edward room, I said, you know what? Whenever you go looking for corrupt people, you will get majority are Dinka. You go and count people, you will get in majority. If you group them up by tribe, you will find that Dinka maybe are more than other tribes. Mm-hmm. You know, if you group them as a tribe. Okay? Add to that, the person that is running the country is from Dinka. And if you go even deep, you will find out that majority are from the region of the president. And if we turn the table and make the president is from, let's say, from the Dinka, my brother will be the same. We will find out that majority will be Equatorian. And if you go within Equatorian, you will get that those who are benefiting more are from the Dinka. We have to accept that fact as intellectuals. And we have to approach it, you know, as a group, defeat that mindset. So that's what I just want to say, that in that case, in terms of Equatoria, as you mentioned that Equatoria was separate, you are forgetting that Turkish, when they reach Lado Enclave, they pass through Apanal, they pass through Bargazal, especially areas along the Nile. And they established that enclave, that Equatoria, as a entity that belonged to them. By then, there is no South Sudan. You forget that it is not. It is like, you know, somebody saying that Equatoria as a whole belong to Barrier. Forgetting that Equatoria, there are other areas, but they will not be mentioned as Equatoria. Or if you say Juba, county, then you say Juba County, man, Bari, excluding the other Payam within the Juba County that are not Barrier. That is what you agreed. Because this Equatoria is a demonstrative area. By the time that there is there Equatoria, the Turkish, they were fighting, trying to include other areas within the Equatoria enclave or Lado enclave. Yes, maybe Equatoria, not even Equatoria as a whole. Let's say the Juba County, as it stands right now, maybe they welcome what's happening and they accept rule of law. But there were other areas that Turkish want to implement law and order. They call it law and order. That is including other areas in Bargazal, including my area. There were, if you go there and you ask the elders, the wars that were going on between Turkish and those tribes, and Turkey was trying to implement law and order in those areas. And Turkish managed in some areas and include them in what you called up Equatoria. So those areas, they were part of Equatoria. But when you come, then you exclude the other people that you don't want to be part of Equatoria. It is like Lake State, for example, excluding Gog, excluding people from Yerul, excluding people from Mabolo, and say that Lake State is only a God. You see? So when I was saying this, I know exactly the history you are talking about. Even Equatoria, the Belgium, what is creating the problem right now, that part of Equatoria is now being grabbed by, Kenya. That is part of that history. You see? So Equatoria, if you claim Equatoria, you will find out that other tribe that out of the tribe that you recognize as Equatorian, they were part of that Equatorian you are talking about. Leave alone that if we come according to the law or according to anything, the newer version, let's take Bible or Al-Quran. Al-Quran, for example, آية مثلا مرت في سنة 2000 وفي آية ثانية جت مرت سنة 2002. Logically, and they are contradicting each other. The judge will come and take the content of the ayah after 2002. Lanu, it is considered that 2002 cancel ayah Jackson al-Fail. Therefore, Equatoria, even let's say, okay, those tribes, they were not part of Equatoria. And there was Equatoria for 39 years. Then when British came and established Hajj Bulo in Sudan, Sudan exists for 85 years. So we share history. If you go to court now, you and me, we go to court and I present 85 years of togetherness with Equatorians. Take me out from Equatoria from that 39. I will still win the case, Hakim, because we were together for 85 years. And you are claiming that I'm not part of you because you were alone for that 9 years. You get the logic here? So when we talk, we don't want to go into details because there is no time that will allow us.
But there is separation. If you are married to somebody, if you are married to somebody,
you will come.
You can separate.
Yeah, you will come. So if that 9 were after 85, then you have a right. Because your 39 is recent. But my 85 is recent than your 39. Therefore, I'm the one that is winning the case. Another thing that is what mentioned by Clement. When Clement said that your separatists, when they come here, they attack the other Equatorian and make them Nazi and cowards. How are they going to support you? That is exactly, if I copy that, that is exactly what is happening in Sudan. When some of the other tribes, when they come, and we are in a unified camp trying to impact change, and then they come and then attack the Dinka, and you cannot trust them. How can Dinka be an opposition? Is the Tabur al-Khamis. Exactly. The same, we have been complaining the same thing that Kalaman is complaining about. How can Dinka help you when you come and trash those who are even with you in the camp? Okay. My third point is what Edward mentioned. This incitement of violence. I have been standing against that for some time. When you cite violence because of political differences, that is very dangerous. Because if I say that I will kill Edward and I will kill Chuluk, now is beyond our political differences. Because political differences are temporary. Like Hakim now, we can differ, but maybe next year we will be together, breaking cake and, and toasting. But if I want to kill Hakim because Hakim is from Didinga, then it becomes a problem because there are people who believe in what I'm saying. And those people, they are not maybe intellectual like me. Okay? That means I'm opposing Didinga as a whole and opposing Hakim to a risk. And we have to be really careful about that. We can attack each other in ideas, okay, trash each other, but don't reach to the stage that, this guy, this X and this Y, need to be killed. And the Harun style and Oshang, style. That is become beyond, politics. You are inciting violence. So I think we have to be careful about that, and we have to watch out. Because we don't know, maybe next year we will be together with the same objectives. And now if you lose somebody like Hakim or somebody like Edward, that that is powerful, and it might help us, and it's not here with us, then you will be the one feeling sorry. Because you need his efforts to promote what you want to do. For him, I will give here, these are the comments that I can give Brother Hakim. And I will stop here and thank you, Edward, for the room. In fact, we need, debate like this. People have to put out ideas. There is no bad idea, really. Whatever you put out there, even though there might be people against it, but there are consumers for that idea. If you don't convince those consumers then you are not solving the problem. So I will stop here and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Gordon. Let's give last chance to Engineer Rajab. Thank you for being patient, by the way. I hope you are still awake. Rajab Pukunam Khalas. Sorry. Dr. Hakim, you can make a last comment and then we'll close the room. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Edward. This has been a very engaging conversation. Just very briefly, Gordon and Kawar, it's really great to connect with you. I didn't know the people behind the pictures, and it is good that we're connecting, we're identifying ourselves. The lecture of Samani Hall that we initiated, it created a bit of a stir. It was not only on campus. Many people were converging to University of Juba to attend those lectures that we initiated in Samani Hall every Thursday. And I remember it made quite an impression on the local population in Juba. Even later on, some people that I came and met 20 years later, they said they remember when we were leading those Samani Hall lectures. Of course, we're very passionate. We're very young, of course, intellectuals. And we're trying to do our best for people and promote confidence, promote, critical thinking and so on. Remember, there was one colleague of mine from the Cholo. It's called Samuel Changson, I think. He later went to University of Nairobi and he was teaching them. So he was a very good colleague of mine and supported me in organizing those functions in University of Juba. And it made quite an impression. We challenged politicians in Juba during those times. We also, of course, promoted debate and all of that in University of Juba. Those were good times, but they were also very challenging times. So it's great that we're connecting. I would love to have this kind of conversation as and when opportunities arises. But like you said, first of all, none of us is advocating violence, but simply what we are saying is that we have an inalienable right which needs to be recognized, and we want to enjoy our rights. If we are prevented or we are atrocities are committed against that, then the right to self-defense is the right? The right to resist oppression, the right to resist, to stay alive, to preserve your existence, becomes a natural right. So those are all natural rights that belong to all of us. So we are not necessarily, this is a political process. And then usually you have a political objective and you present that political objective, you mobilize to achieve that objective. If you are prevented, like what this other gentleman was saying here, right? He was simply threatening, saying that you cannot get it for free, right? South Sudan did not come, freely. People have to fight for it. And so he was simply just advocating for violence. So it wasn't me who was advocating for violence. So you should really address that. Maybe you're addressing this generally, but I think you should address it to people who are who are simply just advocating for violence. And that's why we're here. Yeah.
That was not for you, Hakim.
Okay. So, but I do appreciate your contributions and also on this agenda of Equatorians who are calling other Equatorians cowards. I think these are, it's not a systemic policy. There are always diversions of this sort, but I think at the center of it all is the people. The people will be the ultimate arbiters of this. And the people want a system, they want a state, they look to obligations of the state. and also look to shaping up that state as a construct to preserve their existence. That's all there is to it. But unfortunately, because of political immaturity in Africa, we would prefer to go to violence instead of other options until we come and discover late that violence is actually bad. Now, Salva Kiir found it very easy to launch an attack on the Nuer and commit genocide in Juba. And then now, the country as a whole, the community of Nuer, including also the Jeng who were innocent Jeng who were massacred and killed, maybe in Unity State or in Bor and all of that, people come to realize that this is actually bad, right? He would probably wish now that he had the wisdom to avoid this and to manage this conflict peacefully. But it's too late, right? So that is all I can say, but I think I appreciate all of your comments. And of course, we can have conversations, to address some of these subject areas that you raised. We can, enrich our debate, our understanding, and inform our practices, and all of that is a good thing. It's a good thing because we're not enemies. We want to learn from each other, and then, hopefully that will inform the political process in the country. Because if it informs the political process in the country to the better, it's better for all of us. Yeah. So I think I'll stop here, but I think only with the last remark about from Kwar. Yeah, I appreciate your interjections as well, Kwar. Over. Great to connect, and it just brings back memory of many of our colleagues, students, and those were very, those were great days of all of us struggling together and trying to make an impression on our processes, our experiences, and so on. So I really appreciate this room. Edward, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I think this would promote understanding. It would promote, people now want to focus on actually what are the issues at the center of all of this. What are the pros? What are the cons? It will raise the debate to a different, to another level, and that is what we want. So I thank you once more, Edward, and the rest of the team here. We would like to hear from Raja, but there will be other opportunities. It's not the end of time, so we'll have other opportunities. So thank you very much, Edward, once more. I appreciate it. And I thank all of those listeners who have been with us here all this time, all this long. I really appreciate your presence. We are all doing our bit to contribute to debate and thrust out the issues that are in the public. So thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you.
شكرا. شكرا. خلوني يا جماعة نيابة عن الإدارة بتاعت صوت الشعب، خلونا نشكر دكتور حكيم أول حاجة لقبول بتاعت الدعوة. ده طبعا ما أول دعوة نقدمه لدكتور حكيم. This is not the first debate. I think this is the second or the third debate. من زمان كنا في فيسبوك أنا أدير معه حوار زي ده قبل كده، أنا ومعنا معي أستاذ سامويل بيتر. So أنا بشكر دكتور حكيم، وأنا بشكر رجب مهندس الجفو كمعاقب، وكذلك أنا بشكر أستاذ تيتو. I think زمن بتاعه اتأخر. بشكر أستاذ جوردن، بشكر دكتور كوار، وبشكر كل زول جا فوق يا جماعة. أنا سأل سؤال ناس كلمن ودرس، أنا بشكركم شديد. الشكر الأخير أنا بقدمه لأوديان مستمعين بتاع صوت الشعب. أنا بشكركم شديد للصبر بتاعتكم وللالتزام بتاعتكم، وأنا بشكر الناس اللي بكتبوا كومنت في الروم. نقاش دايما مهم، خلونا نتعلم منه. جنوب السودان تظل الدولة بتاعتنا، ولذلك ما في طريقة إلا نحن نتحاور مع بعض. صحيح مرات الحوار بيكون فيه محطات، فيه مطبات، زي ما انت لما تكون راكب في طيارة طيارة من بداية الرحلة لحد نهايته ما بينتهي كله كويس. بكون في turbulence، في مطبات هوائية، وناس ممكن طيارة كده يكون نازل لتحت وناس قلبهم يقوم فوق زي خلاص people are actually dying. بدأ الرحلة بتمشي زي ده. The same thing at the level of discussion. One day will come at one point كلنا كجنوبيين agreeing إنه we need to address our issues without grudges. But for us to reach to that level, we need to create a level of understanding and discussion. نفذ العالي ده وناس بتشاتموا. We need to slow it down. At the end البلد ده هيكون بلد بتاعنا كلنا. أنا بشكركم كلكم. وأنا I intended to ask جاموس وهو جاينا قبل زي ما ذكر جوردن جاموس دكتور كيم ما كلام ده ما لقوا تريد لي أنا ولأمباسر إيمانويل لدكتور لام لدكتور دونيا با لباغانا موم لمك بتاع شلو. كان هو بقول إنه مرة جاي له حصل مشكلة في الجنوب زي ما حصل 2013 وقتلوا نوير. قال المرة ده ما يخلوا أي شلكاو يقتلوا سياسيين بتاع الشلوك دول كلهم. ده طبعا خطاب عشان كده أنا قلت قبل شوية طبعا it was recorded and then actually they shared it on the Facebook وكده and other South Sudanese because that kind of message is not good. زول هو ذاته القاعد يعمل threat ده هو ذاته زول كواد جبان because لو ما جبان انت تكتب اسمك. انا سيادة اسمي ده Edward Achiek. This is my real name. ويا الصورة بتاعي القاعد فوق ده الصورة بتاع جدي نيوضة كان أمده بتاعت منطقتي بتاعت نقديار ودخل أول برلمان في 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 السودان 53 باي ذا واي جدي ده. ده الصورة بتاعي أنا خدته هنا وهو خريج برضه يعني خريج بتاعت معهد. تخيل الزمن ده. ف you know يعني هنا خلونا ناس pay attention ونبتعد من الأشياء اللي بكرز للنزاعات القبلية والسفك الدماء. and I hope from today let us learn something. لو انت ما جايز ما تقدر تقول صورة بتاعك ما تهدد ناس. عشان كده قبل I mentioned انه also بالذات our tribe أستاذ جوردن قاعد هنا my senior جوردن برضو لأنه ناس قاعدين فوق ده كلهم see my seniors. Also is very important إنه الشباب ديل أجورن تكلموهم لأنه أنت قاعد تمشي هناك برضو ونادل بيبسوا سموم وما قادرين يحددوا في قبائل وما قادرين ياخدوا صور بتاعهم. بعدين الموت لما نجي ما بموتوا الأبرياء من أبنائهم قاعدين في بلد والناس اللي ولعوا النار بتاعت الكراهية والقتل والموت قاعدين في كلاب هاوس و they are hiding their identity. نحن قلنا نحارب الحاجة دي. عشان كده كلكم انتوا هتجوا تتفقوا معي كلكم القاعدين في الروم ده إنه المنصة بتاعت صوت الشعب ده طبعا it was the first forum of South Sudanese to be created in clubhouse. وده الفورم ده جنوبين القاعدين في clubhouse it was because of this forum by the way, Voice of the People forum. You accepted, you denied, up to you, but that is the reality. And then clubhouse by then can't be invited. People need to be invited. And كنا الجنوبين كنا 4 نفر بس. We were 5 people only. كنا مع شمالين. لادي مع جنوبين جو بيشتمونا كان بيزلونا انتوا ذاتكم مشيتوا دايرين مننا شنو لكن لاننا كنا 4 نفر we cannot create open a room. and بدينا نفتح الرومات لكن الجنوبين شمالين كانوا بيجوا لانه كانوا كتار في club house. You need to be invited for you to join the club house. لادي ما يتطور. So we created for this forum سميناه South Sudan Political Club. أنا رفضت أسميه بصوت الشعب لأنه كان في السودانيين وفي جنوبين. So we have to come out with something to identify our identity as an independent nation. And that's why I name it South Sudan Political Club. لأنه بيجي في intimidation في غروب بتاعتنا مع شمالين وكده. قلنا خلاص we are ready ادير يجينا وبيجوا بيجونا هنا زملائنا في جامعات زمان، ناس عمار، ناس اسمه التسيس كوادر كبار كانوا في السودان، كله كانوا بيجوا هنا، ناس في دكاتره، ناس دكتور صلاح كانوا بيجي في الروم ده. بدنا غيرته قبل سنتين لصوت الشعب. ولذلك اول قانون خطيناه انه لازم تخد اسمك الكامل الاصلي وتخد الصوره بتاعك. Coming from my background, somebody actually he has knowledge of cyber. There is something we call it cyber bullying. ويعود الحاصل هسه هنا وعنده سلبيات بتاعه. Even AI هسه ذاته عنده سلبيات بتاعه. عشان كده هسه bigger point بتاع discussion حتى في أمريكا هنا لما وزير الخارجية بتاع أمريكا قبل أسبوع فات was speaking في Security Council بالذات in case of Sudan, it was addressing issue بتاع السايبر بتاع AI لأنه بقى عنده مشاكل كبير جدا خطيرة خالص. by the way أنا already I prepare حاجة قبل فترة, so for me to bring it up here, make a short presentation, I will discuss it with جنوبي لأن عنده سلبيات كبيرة خالص if we are not paying attention بالذات المجتمعات المتدنية والواعي فيه تعبان زي حقنا في جنوب السودان. ده كان شرط حساسي. أنا ما كنا بنقبل إنه زول يجينا فوق هنا أنت ما عندك اسم وما عندك صورة، لأنه كلام أنت قاعد تقوله لازم أنت تكون مسؤول عنه. and I wish and I hope الناس الزمان اللي انتوا كانوا بتقولوا يا إدوارد انت داير صور بتاعت ناس ولا انت داير اسم بتاعت ناس, I hope you guys are getting it now. لأنه those people are destroying our country now. Even our social fabric في clubhouse, الناس there they are hiding their identity. We don't know them. But somebody have a gut to come here to threat, to bull, ويغش ويستقبل على ناس, لكن he's not able عشان ياخد صورته وشخصيته الأصل ومنه. Let us pay attention للناس زي ديل. ومهم لأنه الكراهية بتبدأ حبة. عندي حلقة تاني جاي كنا بنتكلم فوق الأسبوع الفارغ جاي موضوع بتاعت الكراهية, إنه الحرب بكلام اللي بيتم هنا في كلاب هاوس the end بتاعه في جنوب السودان ده genocide. We are going to make genocide to ourselves. نعمل genocide to ourselves as South Sudanese. أنا عندي example بتاعت 6 countries في حلقة الأسبوع الفارغ the last part إن شاء الله لما نجيو الجينوسايد هولوكوست بدأ بكلام بتاع كشم زي ده, بدأ بخطاب بتاع تعبير بين الناس زي ده. الحرب في رواندا, الجينوسايد في رواندا بدأ بكلام زي ده بالخطابات. and there is example of other countries. so الجينوسايد ده اللي نحن بنعمله هنا في السوشيال ميديا, believe me you guys will remember this one day. لو يدوت القايد والمافي if I'm alive or I'm not, إنه جينوسايد اللي هيحصل في جنوب السودان هيكون نتيجة بتاعت الكراهية والخطابات اللي هنا قاعد نكرس هنا without making reasoning in our discussion. Let's pay attention. والجنوبيين هسه they are picking up clubhouse موجود في يد الناس, والناس بيقوا مليانين والناس بيقوا ما دايرين بعضهم وكده. فأنت زول أنت بتقول إنه ما زولك ما يموت. yes أنت قاعد في أمريكا ما تموت, وقاعد في كندا ما تموت, وقاعد في أستراليا ما تموت, لكن الأهل اللي قاعدين تحت هناك ما تضمن السلامة بتاعتهم من كل القبائل تاع جنوب السودان. and that why let's pay attention للموضوع ده. وفي النهاية الديفرنسز موجود مربوط بالنظام بتاع سلفاكير زي ما أنا قاعد أقول. عشان قبيل انترجكت للكلام بتاع دكتور حكيم قبيل, لأن أنا ما أقدر أفتح المايك من لفظ تاني. الأونلي أوبشن قدامنا رجيم ده كلام, وهنيجي نتكلم في الرومات تاني لأنه الليلة عندنا قس. أنا رؤية بتاعي أنا لو زي ما ذكروا كورن قبل شوية, مشكلتنا كله نظام القاعد في جوبا ده. لو الجنوبيين قدرنا نجي في المال واحد وشيلنا النظام ده برا, كلام اللي بقاله الدكتور قبيل, أنينا نخد قانون ونبني الدولة على أساس بتاعت اتفاق بيناتنا كلنا كقبائل في جنوب السودان. نتفق. سرقة أنا سألت قبل كده هنا, دياتو قبيلة اللي قاعد يشجع سرقة. أنينا قاعدنا مع دينك في على النيل, دينك بتاعنا بتاع على النيل ما عندنا أول حاجة ما عندهم السرقة. كل القبائل الأربعة اللي قاعد في الخمسة اللي قاعد في على النيل ما في قبيلة في القبائل دي بشجع السرقة, including كل المجموعات اللي حوالينا. ما في عندنا قبيله بقول انه ستيلينج ده يسالاو في جنوب في على النيل. ما في جبال. حتى لما في كلام قال حكيم من جبال باي ذا واي الموضوع بتاع السرقه بتاع بقر ده اننا في على النيل، حتى الدنكا بتاعنا بتاع على النيل وقبائل تاعنا ده ما بنعرف كان دنكا بور كان شنو. we don't have this culture بتاع stealing. حتى نوير ما عندهم ثقافه ده، ويعود الناس لما انت اكبر مني وتناس تاني ديل the rest ال كانوا بيشيلوا بقر في كم 8 دنيا قد دانيا نتو. عشان كده لما نيجي هنا نحاول نشوه السمعه بتاعت القبائل هنا بنقول لا. مشكلته كله الجان كلاس دي. انا شخصيا دي مشكلتي وقبيل انا بيتفق مع دكتور كيم. عنان اللي جاي من غابه ديل جزء منه مشوا زمان كانوا حراميه، لما مشوا ينضموا لدكتور جونجران مشوا كانوا حراميه، في جزء منهم كانوا كتله، في جزء منهم كان مرتكب له جريمه، في جزء منهم سارق قروش، في اشياء المره بتاع الزول حرامي ودخلوا السجن، في فقوا من سجن ومشى، كله مشوا غابه. عشان كده ديل سواقط جزء منهم هسه ياو خاربين جنوب السودان هسه وقاعد يكرسوا القبائل لانه داير يشبوا رغبات بتاعتهم. نحن ممكن نبني على هذا التاريخ وعلى هذا الاساس نبني وطن اللي ممكن نتفق عليه. ما قدرنا زي ما قال دكتور حكيم قبل شويه في اجابه بتاعه. انا شخصيا ام نوت افريد. الزواج ده طلاق ده قاعد يحصل، كلنا قاعدين ممكن تتزوج مره وتقعدوا مع مره ما تقدر تفهموا بعضكم. ممكن مشكله يكون في الراجل، ممكن مشكله يكون في مره. at the end ناس بمشوا بيصل دبوس، كل زول بمشي بيشيل عفشه بيمشوا. لو عندنا عيال they are free يمشوا بيت، ممكن يقعدوا مع امهم ولا يقعدوا مع ابوهم، لكن انت ما تقدر توصلهم لانه ده بلاد. عنده حقيه انه ده يزور ده زي ده يزور ده. لو نحن قدرنا ما قدرنا نقعد مع بعض، ما قدرنا نتفق انه we can stay as one nation ونبني الدوله بتحكم بقوانين زي ما قاعد يصل لامريكا ولكندا ولاستراليا ولرواندا other countries اللي قاعدين جنبنا. والله يا هنينا زي ما قال قبل دكتور حكيم ما نضيع وقتنا، ما نضيع وقتنا خالص. نسال كل جماعه خلينا نفرتقها، كل الناس خليهم يمشوا. تمشوا تفرتقوا حقكم بغادي، ما تقدر تحكموا نفسكم. انا من الناس كان وصلنا للمرحله ده انا قاعد اكون فخور جدا انه مملكه تشالو ده واصلا مملكه اتراك. قبل اتراك ما يجوا اننا كنا قاعدين اتراك جو وحاربناه، وعلى هذا الاساس جدي الشيخ ده بمناسبه ده قتل واحد من الشيوخ بتاع اتراك. التاريخ بتاع تشالو ده معروف. مملكه بتاعنا بتاع فشوره دي قاعده قبل ما يجينا يزول، قبل الكذب الكثير كله ما كنا بنعرفكم. مملكه تشالو ده قاعد كمملكه كويس. ما شفت السرقه وكلام الفارق وونطه وبلطجه وشنو ده ما في هناك قانون سو كل زول. لو نينا ما قدرنا نقعد في اطار الدوله الواحده دي، والله يا جماعه زي ما كنا دويليات بتاعت قبائل. لما تقرا التاريخ حتى في الاستواء قاعد يقولوا كيم جبال في دوله الباريه في دوله الاتوكا كانت دويليات. كنا دويليات في اطار المجموعات دي. كل قبيله قاعد براو كدوله وعندهم سيادتهم. نينا ممكن نفرتقها عادي. اكواتوريا لو دايرين لما يقعدوا كلهم في محل واحد زي ما قبل دكتور كيم قالوا ده من حقهم، ما في زول فينا بيتدخل في الحاجه دي. ما قدر يقعدوا لانه في قبائل هناك برضه زي دينكو ونوير معهم هناك راسهم قوي. ده مشكلتكم بغادي هناك we don't care. لكن خد in our mind انه ما لو انفصلنا ما في دوله في الجنوب يمشي كويس. لانه حراميه القاعد مع سلفاكير ده حراميه من كل قبائل. حراميه بتاعت باريا بتاع لاتوكا اللي كانوا مع كير ناس مارتيليا مع منو ده بش بجاجوكم بغادي هناك. the same thing الكويس هنا كشلوك ما عندنا كتار، ما عندنا وزير زادو غير نيودي هذيك. يعني ثقافه بتاعت السرقه والنهب القاعد في جوبا ده we are not part of it to be honest. لو بيننا نتكلم كقبائل ومنينا ما جزء منه كشلوك واحد بس يا بجو له شغال باجار زادو اجار زادو دمر له زادو straight forward ما نلف وندور كويس. كل زول ممكن يرفع يده من جنوب ده ويمشي ما يناقش فوق. اسمع انا ديك في الفطوره انا حرام كثيره ما عندك سؤال لكن ادي كومنت قول لي ماشي ده كل الروم. والله بفتح والله احنا دي كانت تفضل.
اسمع ناس بارسناليين ما حيكون عندهم محل ان شاء الله في دوله بتاع حكيم يعني.
هاي والله يا فايدة العربية كلهم قاعدين.
لا شكرا يا اخي. معلش انا جبال حصل لي حاجه هنا، انا كنت بسخن في العربيه الصوت انقطع، انا حاولت دير نرجع غرفه بقى ما في، انا ما قدرت القى غرفه، جيت لقيته قبل اقل من 5 دقائق. لكن على العموم شكرا جزيلا يعني لاتاحه الفرصه عشان انا اجي واكون جزء من المودريتنج كرو. انا بشكرك، وبرضه بشكر الاخ اخوي الكبير دكتور حكيم عشان جاء وقدر يواجه الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ويجاوب على الأسئلة اللي طرحوا له، وإن شاء الله هيكون في منتديات فورم أخرى. حكيم لسه هيجي وهيدافع عن قضيته، والحوار كويس يعني كده الناس بتقدر تفهم بعضهم وبتقدر تعرف برنامج بتاع كل شخص، وده حاجة كويسة جدا. such forums and such conversations is vital. فأنا بشكر دكتور حكيم للغاية، لأن أنا ما كنت عارف، كنت في غرفة تانية كمان مدريدة، فلما جيت في غرفة بتاع إدوارد لقيته هو إنتوا قاعدين في الغرفة، فأنا عملت له مسج قال لي ده ندوة، فقال لي يا أخي تعال فوق و to help me, so that's why I came up though I was at work. لكن أنا بشكر الغرفة، كان جميل جدا وحوار كان هادي وبناء. فأنا بقيف هنا شكرا جزيلا، ممكن تقفل الغرفة. بس عايز أقول الأخ كوار وجوردون، طبعا زي الناس بتاع انتوا كلكم بتاع جامعة جوبا زي ما بيقولوا، أنا ما بتاع جامعة جوبا، لكن كوار وجوردون أنا عندي my cousin, maybe you know him because he was one of your members, he was dismissed. Jonathan, I don't know whether one of you knows him.
Jonathan is my colleague.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, Gordon, excuse me, Gordon. Yeah, Gordon, Anna is me, Olami Tito Adibo. Olami, maybe you know this name.
Oh,
Olami.
Tito Adibo, أبوه كان مدير تنفيذي زمان، ده
wow.
فاميليا.
Wow,
yeah.
yes, yes.
أخوك معانا هنا في ألكسندريا.
Alexandria?
أي.
Albino.
أي عندك أخوك معانا هنا.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the name, the name, my real name is Olami Tito.
Okay. والله nice meeting you يا أخي. Nice meeting you. أنت لما كنت في جوسة وفصلوكم ولا شنو كده طوال، أنا ذكرت كازن بتاعتي لأنه حكى لي الحاصل شو زمن ذاك. Yeah. فمرحبا بك، إن شاء الله بنتقابل يوم ما فيس تو فيس. حتى دكتور حكيم ده من أولادنا ودفع قدامي، لكن ما اتقابلنا أو قابلنا في السوشيال ميديا هنا، لكن إن شاء الله يوم ما بيجي we'll meet face to face يعني. good night, good morning everybody. شكرا يا باشمهندس إدوارد.
شكرا جزيلا استاذ تيتو مؤرخ، وكل القيادات الفوقنا رجب تيتو دكتور حكيم استاذ جوردن دكتور أولامي. انا بشكركم وخليكم نموذج. النقاش ده مهم لانه now we are correcting some ideas and also we are creating ground into كقيادات. ما معروف منو فينا اللي بيقعد، لكن براكم شايفين شكل الجنوب القاعد الآن. وأخيرا أنا يعني بيتفق في كلام قالوا جوردن جبال. أنا شايف في كومنت في ناس طبعا إلا رجع للحاجة دي، لكن التغيير بتاع النظام القاعد في جوبا ده ودكتور حكيم ذكروا جبال، ده مسؤولية بتاعتنا كلنا كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. لو نينا كجنوبين ما قمنا من النوم نينا فوقه وخدينا يدينا في محل واحد، I think دكتور حكيم قالوا جبال الرجيم القاعد في جوبا will continue. It is not easy to remove الرجيم ده لأنه ده تحالف بتاع لصوص وبدافع المصالح بتاعتهم. شكرا لكم. ربنا يبارك فيكم وربنا يبارك في جنوب السودان. قدامنا مشوار طويل لكن هنالك مستقبل مشرق لدولة جنوب السودان. لنا كشعب طيب، شعب مناضل، عندنا تضحيات، وإن شاء الله مع مرور الزمن جنوبين they will realize إنه they're wasting their time. They're supposed to come together and correct the situation in South Sudan, and that will happen definitely. تصبح على خير وربنا معكم وربنا في جنوب يبارك في جنوب السودان. Good night.